Are you ready? All right.
Yeah, sure.
Sure, why not?
Why not?
And Tina is already fucking with me.
Of course.
Of course. Unbelievable.
Would
The
not
things
have
you
it
do,
any other way.
the things you do to me, damn.
No. That is part of life.
So I know you had been getting ready to go yesterday. Did you manage to get out the door yesterday, or?
No, I did finally find a box in order to get everything in it, and I have a child coming here in a couple of hours to go to the post office and get everything taken and shipped.
Awesome, thank you.
So we are good.
Kristen.
Hi, Kristen. How you doing today, honey? Oh my word.
Kodi might not be doing her live Saturday because Kodi without cigarettes should not be on live camera.
Well, if
no, I
it
shouldn't.
goes out this afternoon, you should get it either Friday or Sunday. Oh look, I just got the notification. Kodi, you're live.
Hey, I'm live.
Oh no, she's dragging ass. Why are you dragging ass, honey? Them grandkids killing you that bad today?
Well, she's laughing, so I don't know if she's saying you're dragging ass or she's dragging ass. But there's no rush with Tina, even though, I run out of tobacco pretty quickly. I don't expect her to run out the door and do her shipping. I don't. I just give her a hard time. Like, hey, did you send it? Because I do that to Amy. Oh, I'm sorry. Badass hotness, ninja, listing beast, baby. Kristen's tired today. I'm sorry. She's dragging us.
Hey,
okay.
TG. What's up, Scarlett?
Hey, TG. And for anybody coming in, the link to the benefit auction for Sambai and his mom is pinned at the top of my chat. Do not feel bad. Please go there and check out what they're auctioning off, or just get the GoFundMe link from up there and donate if you want. I did not grab the GoFundMe link, so anybody that wants to drop Sambai's GoFundMe link is perfectly welcome to do that. What his mom's going through, not the stroke part, but the amputation part, of course, I'm going through it too. So I know that all the stuff that he's talking about he needs. Yeah, it's not easy. Oh, pasta meatballs. I want meatballs. So TG's having balls for dinner. Sounds legit. But yeah. It's a good cause. It's, it's something that's needed. And I'm glad all the medical bills were taken care of, because those can be astronomical. So, but her bedroom's on the second floor, so they're looking at getting a stair lift.
Yeah.
I love the balls. And, a ramp. And I'm sure there are places in the area that can help them with the labor, but getting the supplies, if you have the supplies, they're more willing to help you with labor.
Yeah.
Things like that. Yeah, Kristen, I was too, actually.
I was there too. It was
Tina. Tina and I were both over there watching the auction. I mean, I can't buy anything or bid on anything or donate anything, but I was there.
I made a donation. I'm good. I'm done.
Oh, that's very sweet, Tina. I wish I could, but right now I can't even donate from one account to another account. So no, that someday I will be in a financial situation where I can go, you know what, they need help, and I'll be able to help them. But I can share the link out, and maybe more people will see it. Although most of the people that were over there are people that come into my chat, so they already know. But still, just in case, it's there. Oh, nice, Kristen. See? It's because the fates know you're supposed to have your ass in here. See that? Just come in, put your feet up, chill with your favorite beverage. You'll be fine. Take a load off,
Not bad. Right now they're up to 273.
Awesome.
I mean, he's only got a goal of 1,000, but it's going to take a whole lot more than 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take that just for supplies for the ramp.
Right? Especially with the price of fucking lumber.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fucking lumber. Did you guys hear that? She started to sound like she's an asshole. You heard that. Lumber.
Shush.
Fucking lumber. Yeah.
You're rubbing off on me. Stop it.
I'm rubbing off on you, am I?
Yeah.
Okay, the goal is to get her sounding like she's from Massachusetts. And then as soon as she starts talking like that, I'm going to go back to talking like this.
She's killing me.
I love you.
I love you too.
I know. Yeah. I mean, because you got lumber, you've got, nails, screws.
Nobody uses nails anymore. It's all deck screws.
All deck screws, yeah. I mean, the brace things that they have to put, because they have to do the posts, they have to secure them. All of that stuff costs money.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are church, like here, the people that put my ramp up were people from the really big, it's called New Springs. It's like one of those really big cathedral. We have, a live band and big screens and everything's projected everywhere and microphones and all that.
Oh, one of them huge places.
It's got like 5,000 members. And they can all fit in there at the same time. It's amazingly huge. So, yeah, for real. They have a list of people that people put their name on a list if they're able to volunteer and what their specialties are. So people that are used to working, like doing decking or ramps or plumbing, electric, all of that, they list that. And then if somebody in the community needs help, Anderson Interfaith Ministries will reach out to that church and be like, look, we have somebody that, needs help with plumbing and they can't afford a plumber. Is there anybody that can help? And so they do. With me, Anderson Interfaith Ministries, which we call AIM, Anderson Interfaith Ministries, AIM paid, the woman took little bits and pieces out of all the different funds to get the building materials for my ramp because, yeah, contrary to what everybody's saying, hey, so-and-so can help you with a ramp, you have to be a certain age for any of those places like United Way or Salvation Army, Goodwill, any of those places that say they help with things, you have to be a certain age.
Yeah.
Get a ramp. Nobody would help John. I don't know what age has to do with being wheelchair bound, but apparently it does. So she took little bits out of different funds and got enough for the supplies. She sent people down, that knew what they needed. The guy came out that was, thank you, Tina. Guy came out that was going to be doing, one of the guys that was going to be doing the ramp came down, did measurements. He's done, the ramps before. She handed him the money or whatever. He went to the lumber yard and got all the lumber and everything they needed. And they showed up on a Saturday, I think it was. There were 12 people and a 12-year-old who they gave the nail gun to. That was a little frightening for me. And he did a really good job, actually. And they put my ramp up in half a day. Poof. So there are people that will help. It's getting the funds to get the supplies that's the biggest thing. And depending on how bad her stroke was and how much control, he was saying that she's still having problems with the left side of her body. It's the right side that she got the amputation on, which means all of her weight's going to have to go on her left side. If she doesn't have good control of her arm and she can't brace, it's going to be harder for her to get used to a prosthetic. And that means that her stability is not going to be that great. And if she has a stair lift to get her to the second floor, they're going to have to put some kind of gate or something so that she doesn't walk down the hallway and fall down the stairs. I mean, these are things that we have to think about. People like me,
Yeah. It's going to be hard. It's just.
Yeah.
There's a
I mean,
lot to do.
I don't
She's
know what
going
kind
to have
of,
to do a lot of physical. There's going to be a lot of PT.
yeah.
She's
I don't know what,
going to have to go to through a lot of aftercare from being in the hospital.
mm, now I don't know what kind of setup his house is. He said that their bathroom is on the second floor, which seems kind of odd. I think he probably has like a half bathroom downstairs or something.
Maybe.
Because he was saying he would have to might have to build a bathroom downstairs for her. The best thing that he could do is, if he has the space to do it, is convert something into a bedroom for her and have her live downstairs.
Yeah.
Because then she doesn't have to worry about the stairs at all. Because trust me when I say there will be a lot of fear of falling about the stairs.
Oh God, yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be really hard. I mean, I haven't had to do the physical therapy. It's hard for me with my bad back because I don't have a lot of back strength, and with the arthritis in my knees, just bending my knee hurts. So, but I was able to walk with my prosthetic twice, 2 different prosthetic visits. I was able to walk okay with it. But then I got home and it was like, nope, this feels totally different than it was at the prosthetic office. I'm like, what is going on? And I think it's because the way I was bracing was at a different angle, and it was apparently a bad angle because my walker was higher than or different, whatever, than what the physical therapy bars were at the prosthetic place. So yeah, I was not happy with that, but I will get through it. Like I said, even if I have to use the wheelchair to get to where I need to go, then I can stand up. I can take a couple of steps without collapsing. So I should be able to get to do the dogs once I can use the leg. Keeping our fingers crossed. I can't cross my toes because I only have, 5 of those. More luck with 10 that you can cross, So, but that walker will help a lot with the stability and, because I mean, my upper body strength isn't great because of my back. I used to be strong as fuck, It's not that great now, but we're going to deal with it. I'm just going to have to do what I got to do. I got to figure out ways to do things, which for the most part I have done.
True.
I was thinking earlier today, I was like, shit, if he's not home and my package is here, I want my Pringles, right? And I was like, how am I going to work that? And then I was like, oh, I can always have Donnie come over and hand me my packages. He won't bring them in the house, but he'll hand them to me, because he's afraid of the big dog.
Mm-hmm.
It's the little one that barks all the time. It's like, but he's afraid of the big dog. So, of course, she's also the one that doesn't like drugs, and he always smells like weed. And if she doesn't know you, she'll eat your face.
Imagine that.
She's silent but deadly. Hi, Wendy.
Did our Wendy finally show up?
Yep. About damn time you got here, girl. So
it's only 6:00 over there.
Exactly. Get on the ball. What the hell? So my neighbor's very nice, very sweet, and he does help. He lectures when I get cigarettes, but he still goes and gets them.
You're ill?
What?
She said she's ill.
Oh, what's wrong? I have a swollen gland in my throat, only on one side, and I can feel it when I swallow.
Oh, it's 7 there.
No comments about swallowing, but I can feel it. When I take a sip of my Pepsi, I can feel it. It's swollen inside. I can't really feel it on the outside that it's swollen on the outside. It's weird. Probably because I've been talking too much. Don't you roll your eyes at me? Yeah.
I'm innocent.
Get the cat away from you. I don't want to get fried by lightning.
Innocent.
Ha! Ha! Anybody else buying that? Because I'm not. That is some swampland you are not selling me for, No. Not for a long time, Tina. We've had conversations. I know you're not innocent. Oh, just a really bad cold. Well, I hope you feel better soon, Wendy.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
We
Tina's
got Kristen and TG laughing.
meanwhile, Tina's over there lying her ass off, right? You hear that? She's lying her ass off.
Oh, if
Innocent.
only it was my belly that would go away instead of my ass.
Aw, Wendy, I'm sorry. Because, I saw you making that little halo. When it got hooked on one of your horns, did this little spinny thing, and shot off into the rest of the room. So
Yeah, I know. I broke something.
I heard the crash. Fucking lying over there. What the fuck?
You know.
Yeah, I do know. I know I'm going to start calling you fucking Pinocchio.
What? Oh, Lordy.
Lordy, lordy, lordy. 16 will get you 40.
Mm.
Not in the South, though. In the South, that's just common sense. Little girls hunt for older men that have money here. It's scary. It's really frightening. I've seen it. I've watched teenage girls stalking men that look like they're, well off. And then they're like shaking their ass and bending over in front of them and shit. I'm like, girl, go the fuck home and play with your Barbies. What are you doing?
Go play with your Barbies.
Go play with your Barbies. I'm all right, Wendy. I'm doing all right.
Yeah. Hi, Toady.
Victoria's prayer made me cry. Hi, Toad. Even though she was stumbling over her words, it still made me cry. Look who it is.
It's our ninja.
It is the badass hotness ninja listing beast baby.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm tired of working, okay?
Okay. Well, you can come in and you can listen to Tina fucking fib about being innocent and sweet and all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Even Amy's not buying that bullshit.
Nah, I know better.
Ah! Bam. There it is.
Yeah. Be all right.
But we love you. So.
Hi, Toilet Girl. I know her name, by the way. I just like being able to say I have a friend named Toilet Girl because it sounds funny.
Right?
Right?
And I'm sure my neighbors are like, what did she say?
They're like, why is she talking about toilets and girls? What is going on over there?
Right.
Ow.
So you're taking a break?
Well, kind of. I'm working on my skincare stuff, which means I can just sit here and like write stuff down as I remember what the heck I was going to say.
Mm.
We have a big launch coming up. So today they're doing like this big sale.
Gotcha.
And I'm looking at the list going, we had that? I didn't even know we had that. What's that smell like?
It smells like juicy butt body lotion or whatever that was.
That was called, oh my God, I know which one you're talking about.
It was Juicy Booty.
Juicy Booty body.
Juicy Booty body wash. What the fuck?
Juicy Booty body jelly. It was a jelly body wash. I don't know. That was a mouthful, by the way.
I'm like, why would I want body wash jelly shit that's going to make my booty bigger? No, thank you.
One of my uplines, when she posted it originally, I was like, so if I use this, is this going to make my butt look better? And she goes, I don't think that's how it works. And I'm like, then I'm not buying it. False advertisement, all right?
That's like a padded bra. That is such false advertisement.
Right, because they can tell it's padded. Like, come on.
TG,
Well,
juicy butt?
juicy butt. Yeah, juicy butt. Juicy
It
booty.
was juicy booty.
Juicy booty. Well, it's same thing, just different word. Some teenage boys cannot tell the difference until they get up under it and it's not what they expected. And they're like, what the fuck happened here?
Hi, Kristen. As you can see,
Yeah.
my chat is letting me actually see what people say today, so that's good.
Yay.
Awesome.
Awesome. You hear that? You hear that boss
Shush.
saying that? Awesome.
Shush you.
So I had to
Shush.
I had to open the box again
Oh, God. Again?
because
You got,
okay,
you got into my
you know
fucking
how
Pepsi again, didn't you?
no, I still have not drank soda in over a week and a half or whatever it is. I think it's like 13 days. I don't even remember. That's how good I'm doing. But the box of skincare that I told you that was supposed to go to your house, it just might have my name on it.
Yeah.
It came here. And I'm like, it doesn't even have my address on it. You could see where they put a different label over the top of it with my actual address on it. And I'm like, we do this all the time. Like, there's even a spot when you order, are you ordering for someone else?
Yeah.
So I said yes, because a lot of our customers will just tell us what they want, PayPal us the money, and then we buy it and send it to them.
Right.
Like we do all that part for them. And I'm like, what if I really was ordering that and you sent me money, but they sent it to me instead of you?
Right. It's a fucking conspiracy, man. Nothing that Amy is supposed to be sending me is ever going to get to my house.
No, I'm just gonna have to drive it to you and drop it off myself.
And that worked out so well last time, didn't it?
Oh, we're not talking about last time.
Said, oops.
She's like, nope.
No, Tina's like, nope, not going there.
What are you doing, woman? The fuck back on the screen. The fuck. I'm like, don't leave me up here all by myself doing this alone
Meh.
on camera.
Yeah,
Mana.
I'm not turning my camera on. You know that.
Boop, 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 boop. No, I know you won't. I don't even ask. I'm like, no.
Well, that and if you tried to go on camera, it just goes black screen anyway.
Yeah, but last night when we were was that last night or was that yesterday? Anyway, when we were in the back room, I turned my camera on and it was fine.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm serious. It's only every now and then. I went on in the back of Victoria's showing them like, because you know all the listing I did, I was showing her what 500 pieces of jewelry looks like, and she could see it. She's like, "That's a lot of jewelry." You're telling me I listed all that?
No one likes a bragger, honest.
I don't care what people like. I'll do what I want.
Well then, she all feisty today. Look at that.
Right?
I drank an energy drink. Don't fuck with me today.
Somebody ate her fucking Wheaties, didn't she? Somebody got some extra pop in her corn pops. I don't know what's going on here, but wow.
It's called Monster Java.
Ew. Yuck.
Well, I still drank it.
Okay.
It was good. It was better than the last one I had. That was, what was it, a triple shot? Ugh.
I'm kind of glad now that I didn't eat anything yet. I don't like coffee.
Well, don't drink it. I'll drink enough for both of us. I mean, I probably already do.
Probably.
Probably.
Probably drink enough for all three of us, to be honest.
Yeah.
In one can.
I don't always drink energy drinks.
I haven't had coffee in. Shut up. I know you heard it.
It's okay. She makes fun of me when I say it that way, too. And I don't even know why. I blame it on Rhonda. I really do. I blame the reason, or the way I say coffee. Motherfuck, I can't talk. It's all Rhonda's fault. Because I talk to her and we talk about coffee a lot. And the way she says it, it just, sometimes that's the way it comes out.
With the K-A-W. It's coffee. And it's always been coffee for me. It's never been coffee. So, back at you.
Yeah. What she said.
See, both of you. What the fuck?
Raspberries.
I can't do that very well. I'll hurt myself.
How did this degrade down to, like, the second grade or whatever? That de-escalated quickly. That's right, TG. Coffee. It's coffee. It's not actually, it's coffee, but, it depends on where you're from. Or if you're Tina.
Universal I love you sign. Yes, TG.
I'm flipping you off back. Just so you know, that's how much I love you. You can't see because I'm not turning my camera on, but I'm really doing it.
And even though I think coffee is nasty swill, I'd still rather drink it than deal with those little yellow banana poops. Just saying. If I had to make a choice between the two, I'd be chugging coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee doesn't always wake me up.
No.
Sometimes I go back to bed. Not gonna lie, I do. And I take a nap, usually around this time.
In the wintertime, I only drink coffee just to warm me up. Get that warmth inside. The caffeine doesn't really do anything for me.
Mm-mm.
I slept for about an hour and a half this morning, and I was ready to go back to sleep when my alarm went off. I sat up and I went, no. And I actually drifted off while I was sitting up. And I'm like, shit, I need to roll cigarettes. I gotta pee. And then I was gonna go back to sleep after Victoria's show, and I ended up in the back room till 1:30. Well, 12:30, 12:40, something like that. And then was in, yeah, you better. You don't make me turn you gray. And then
Wendy.
That's your only warning. So I had like 20 minutes to get all set up for my own live. I'm like, oh my God. So there was no time for a nap. So here I am. And I don't know how long I'm going to actually be live today because of the auction that's going on. I know I wouldn't be detracting from that, but I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I'm tired. I might not be live that long. Just fuck.
She's
God
tired.
damn it. Hotness, it's contagious. I say poor Wendy, she's looking a little blue, but you're not, are ya? See what happens? Go ahead, fuck with me again. See what happens next. You're not exempt, Wendy. I love you, but you're gone in a heartbeat. You do that again. TG actually mentioned on Victoria's morning show this week that she's like, Kodi timed me out for mentioning them. I was like, please, 80% of my chat got timed out and was gray for a while. Because they all had to fuck with me.
It was funny.
It was. But it was only funny to me because I'm the one with my finger on the button.
Yeah. No, it was funny to me, too.
That's right, Wendy. You don't look blue at all right now, do you?
Gray skies over there.
Well, it is England, so.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God. See, I do hope they raise their goal at least, and
Yeah, I haven't checked it. Let me check it.
For anyone that is just coming in or lurking or whatever, the benefit auction link is pinned at the top of my chat. So go and check it out. It's for Sambai and his mom because his mom had a stroke and she had a partial leg amputation. So.
Oh, holy moly!
Thank you, Wendy. I love you too. You're still in timeout though. And this was just a verbal timeout though, not an actual timeout. So we'll see how you do.
There have been 11 donors.
Nice.
And they are at $543 raised.
Awesome. In only an hour and a half. That's pretty good. Well done. Wendy. Well, shit. I love you, Wendy. Wendy, did you tell Toad you just got sent to the corner? See, if you fuck with me and I have to actually time you out, you can tell him I spanked you. That'll get his motor running there, won't it? Get your motor running. Now see, Lion in my chat, that I don't know about that. This seems to be Tina, see what you started?
I didn't do nothing.
You did.
Again, innocent.
That's what started it. Now she's sitting there with a little halo on her fucking head. Oh my god, and TG too. It's a plethora of fibbers. What the fuck?
It's not like I did anything drastic.
I thought.
You know, it's not like I sent everybody down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, you're all angels and I'm a fucking saint.
All hail Saint Kodi.
That's right.
And just give me a few minutes to get the purple velvet out and get it dusted.
That's right. When I enter this chat, I want to hear ah, doves being released and shit.
Yeah, right.
I am a huge fan of Gabriel Iglesias, in case anyone saw that on his comedy routines. I love that part. We told Wendy she needs to see somebody about that lying problem she has. She's put in the doctors won't see me. That's because they know you're going to lie to them. That's why.
TG.
Thank you, TG. Although that more looks like you're laughing. Just saying. Aha. But I'll take it.
Oh, my goodness.
And you don't listen carefully either. You take everything out of context there, Wendy. Shame on you. Yes, I did. And you don't read your fucking messages. What the fuck?
Making her sigh. Holy hell.
Actually, you know what? For her and for hi Tina, for her and Willow, it doesn't say received. It just, so I take it back. I did send it to you. It didn't go through. Let me see if I can send it again, if it'll go through. This would explain why Willow's not here.
I say, mine got here.
Yeah, it's not. Facebook is acting up again. God, stupid fucking Facebook. You know, I told them don't fix it if it's not broke. No. Hey.
They don't listen very well.
They don't. They all fuckered it up.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna go through some clothes.
Go ahead.
Damn. I didn't need permission, but thanks.
You're welcome.
I was being polite. I'm having one of those days, if you guys couldn't tell.
She's not just spicy, she's snarky.
A little bit.
Go through your clothes, bitch. Stop being snarky on my channel. There, Wendy, you can use that link right there, honey. I just put it in the chat. Fuck it. I can't pin it because I already have the auction thing pinned up there, so.
Oh, you can only pin one thing at a time, can't you?
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Oh, that's
all right. The stupid things that get pinned at the top, they take up so much space in the chat window itself that it drives me crazy, but.
Well, it shrinks.
Yeah, it does, but still, pain in the ass.
Or people can, make it go away.
You know, I've done that before, and my chat didn't move when I did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my chat got stuck every time I did it because I was doing it in Cajun's morning show. A couple of times I, remove the pin to get that off of there.
Yeah.
And nothing's going on. And I know people are talking because he's responding for stuff. Stuff's going up on his, and I'm like, why am I not seeing that? And as soon as I refreshed the whole page, and that pin thing came back, all of a sudden my chat went. like a fucking xylophone. I'm like, oh, okay. I tried removing it again, same thing. So
I've
I just
never
leave
had
it.
that problem. But
Yeah, I just leave it up now. Well, I can't use the emojis on the chat window either. It freezes up everything. If I click that little smiley at the bottom of the chat window, not only does my chat freeze, but the video freezes too.
wow,
I have no idea why.
that laptop needs some serious work.
Yeah, Kristen says it's done it to her too. So I mean, this laptop is a $250 laptop that John got off Amazon just so he could check Facebook and send emails.
Yeah,
It wasn't meant to do
you're
anything.
not the admin. You don't have access to everything, and you don't know his password. And you know,
yeah,
you don't got a
I can't.
spirit board to talk to his ass either.
Yeah,
but you can make one.
I could. After the damn dog bowl jumped off the dog container like that by itself, I'm a little leery about doing that. But like, leave my dog's stuff alone. Go fuck with your cat shit. Oh yeah, you can't. She lost it all.
It's buried in her room.
Go find it. You know. So, it didn't even boop. Hi, Wendy.
I say I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Hi, Wendy. Hi, Amy.
You used her real name. Those are fighting words, you know.
Well, she can call me Amy. It's fine.
I say she gets away with it.
But I get yelled at.
She doesn't know me like you all do. Oh, geez, I just dropped my phone. Anyway.
But I get away with calling you baby, so we're good.
Yeah, not many people get by with that at all.
That's right. And I know only 2 people plus me can get away with calling you baby girl.
3, if you count the one
3?
that lives here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we don't fuck with Beast Man. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Right. I remember telling him one day, I'm like, I am not a baby anymore. He goes, I don't care if you're 550 years old, you're still my baby girl. And I'm like, that's old. That's I was like 10, I think, when that happened.
TG, we do not misspell words in my head. It's GIRL. Your English, spell it correctly. I know America has butchered the English language, but come on. Do it right.
I was waiting for her to correct me the other day because I put cool in text and it was KEWL.
Yeah, I let that go. I didn't mean you had to retract it, TG. Oh my God, she retracted it. It's misspelled. Get it off the screen. I was never the kind of person that did shorthand text. You can't call her that. That's my thing.
Yeah, like that.
TG. I never did shorthand text. I don't substitute numbers for letters.
No.
Never. Things must be spelled out. And I use punctuation in texting. Ask Tina and shit. I punctuate.
I do too, most of the time.
If it's like wasn't, there's a little apostrophe in there where it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, that's definitely always there.
Yep.
Sometimes I might forget to use, the period at the end of a sentence or something like that, but most of the time I've always got correct punctuation.
Well, sometimes, like if I'm chatting in the chat window, I'll use it like LOL as a sentence break instead of a period.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like LOL and then I capitalize the next word, so it's the next sentence. My son tried to correct me about that, and I told him to go fuck himself. I'm like, I will break the sentence, break off in between sentences any way I want.
Mm-hmm.
Deal with it. Because I was pretty hard on him for spelling correctly, obviously, and punctuation he's not great at. He's good, but he's a guy, and but he tries to spell correctly and use correct words, and he'll actually, when he's messaging me, if he spells a word wrong, he'll actually put it in like I do. He'll correct it and put it in there afterwards. It's funny. I'm like, gee, I wonder where he gets that from. But then I'll fuck up a word and I won't notice it, and he'll correct it. And I can't even yell at him because I do the same thing.
I do not correct you because I don't want you correcting me.
But I do it anyway. It's compulsive. I have to. If I don't, it hurts me. You wouldn't want me to be in more pain, would you?
No,
I can't help it. It's my nature. Ted! Oh, this time we get a... Is that a
cucumber.
zucchini? Cucumber or zucchini?
Cucumber, I think.
Okay. How are you, Ted? So Wendy, is Toad sick too?
What?
Is Toad sick
Toad's
too?
fine. No, Toad's fine.
Well, if you're sick,
Toad is good.
good. Glad he's good. At least he won't be chasing you around the house wanting sex, because you're sick. He won't want you to sneeze on him or anything. I thought that was a green hammer. Well, TG, it all depends on how you use it.
Hey, Ted.
I have thrown a cucumber at someone before, and it did hurt when it landed. So, anything's possible. Hey, you use the weapons that are at hand, okay?
True, but it's funny as hell. Just saying.
I did get to say, poof, you're a unicorn when I was done, because it nailed him right in the forehead. Windy.
Oh, goodness.
I'm so tired right now.
Oh no, I didn't go to sleep until after 3 o'clock in the morning, and then the next thing I know, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm going, why the fuck am I awake?
I think I fell asleep around 6 o'clock, and I got woken up by my alarm at 7:25. Could have been later than that. I'm not really sure. But I know that when I tried to take my nap and stuff yesterday, after minimal food coma, because I didn't actually get to eat that much last night, it was only like 45 minutes. And I was like, what the hell? Hadn't even gotten through an entire episode of Kitchen Nightmares on my laptop. I'm like, Jesus. Well, just think, TG, you can have that with your balls for dinner. Yeah, TG's in England having balls and sauce for dinner.
Could be worse
Could be
things.
Kristen. Could be Kristen.
Could definitely be, Kristen. Could definitely be.
Yep. See, Kristen woke up when I went to sleep. Well, when I laid down anyway, I think it was like 5:45, 5:55, something like that. I know there was fives in it somewhere.
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 You are really working
Mom,
hard
it's a
to get me.
biscuit.
She's having a sandwich cookie. Uh-oh. She's typing.
I've had 4 Dove chocolates. all day. And I think my son is sleeping again.
That child, I swear.
I can hear him breathing. Hi, Tim. I'm Wendy. I love you too.
Too funny.
Oh, yeah, hilarious. Yes, Tim, it's always a party. You know that.
Well, it's certainly not an auction,
We're just a wild and crazy fucking bunch.
right?
Yeah, that would just piss him off, Christian. Then life would get really difficult. Okay, no. Mm-mm.
We are not playing that game. No, thank you. Pass.
No.
Hard fucking pass.
It's hard enough when he's grumpy and he's stomping around the house muttering, but... what? I just got a thing. Some random freaking email from someone I don't know from familyfinancialguide.com that says, schedule an appointment, oil change coupon packet. Hello, I no longer have a fucking vehicle. Thank you very much for
That
your
is definitely not me.
The hell? Just rub it in that I don't have a car anymore, you know what I mean? Wait. Lots of love floating around in the chat right now. It's awesome.
Well, yeah. Tim had to make his appearance and his presence known, so, you know.
Tim's hearts always make me happy when he puts them in the comments and stuff after the videos are over, after the lives are over. I'm like, oh, there's Tim's heart. Yay! Makes me happy. I mean, I like people commenting on my videos, but the one that I love is the one with the hearts. Purple hearts. They're awesome. Wendy, I'm sorry. Were you trying to say something? Because, you know, you're kind of muted. I wasn't doing that whole biscuit cookie conversation with you again.
I'm not doing the biscuit cookie conversation. I was just showing you your biscuits.
You were what?
I have biscuits.
You have what?
To prepare the custard creams.
Aw, thank you. Pretty hearts. I love purple hearts. Yeah, he's asleep. No, dinner's going to be late. And it will take a while because I think he's making the chicken. Which I love his fried chicken because he had said that he was saving the chicken for when we had the French fries for when we had the chicken. He wouldn't make me French fries last night, so I just had burgers. So, yeah. And that was at, what, like 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
I'm hungry. It's been almost 24 hours. I'm hungry. The new wheelchair needs to hurry up and get here early, like today. Oh, thank you, TG. Wendy, you need to stop being sick all over my fucking panel, man. You're going to get us all sick, you plague carrier.
Okay. I'm gonna leave because I don't feel good.
Well, you need to lay down and get some rest.
I've got to phone Emily back, but yeah.
All right, honey.
Tell my favorite little bird that I love her.
Bye, honey.
Bye,
Bye,
honey.
love you all. Bye, Amy.
Love you too.
Bye, TG. Bye, Kristen.
Bye,
Tim.
Wendy.
Oh, TG put rainbow hearts. I love rainbow hearts.
Oh, no. Kristen's grandson's sick, too. That is
That's
no
not good.
fun.
Well, you know who was in Victoria's chat this morning? Was our missing Brittany. Brittany Brands. Yep.
Was she?
Yep.
Damn it.
She popped into Victoria's show because she is sitting in the hospital with her son Matthew, who has pneumonia.
Oh.
So this chat was scrolling really fast because Robin was on there, and they realized during their discussions or whatever that they had never done an interview with Robin. She had done an interview with Argyle, but not Robin. So they wanted to do like a regular interview. And so the chat was scrolling really fast. So I didn't know if Victoria had seen it, So I Facebook messaged her and I told her. And just as she read the message, she did see, like right before she saw the message, she did see Brittany in the chat, but she didn't see what she had said about Matthew. So I was glad that I was able, because, then Victoria does her thing. And, everybody sends well wishes and things like that, because it's no fun to have a baby in the hospital when your kid's sick and to that point, and no bueno. So I hope he gets better soon. Yep, that was our Brittany. I miss her. And she got a lot of love in the chat this morning. Yep. My big toe on my left foot hurts.
I love it when you have phantom pain.
I know. I'm like, I actually looked where my foot would have been. I'm like, wait, there's nothing that, what the? She is such a sweetheart. She really is. I love Brittany. I miss her a lot. We were talking about her the other day, that one of the people we don't see anymore and we miss her is Brittany. That,
We sure did.
Yep. Brittany.
Yep, that would be my phone.
Oh, my back is killing me. I'm in rough shape today. I'm just like, ugh. I keep checking my email to see if my package got delivered yet. And I'm going to be crying because my son's sleeping and won't be able to bring my Pringles in. Well, that's loud. Did you just turn on your mic or something, or a fan or something?
I turned it off and turned it back on.
Because all of a sudden it was like white noise. She does not. She looks like she's about like 17. Girl sucks, man. She got them jeans, them.
No,
I'm gonna look this like I'm 12 when I'm 50 type of things.
She is. She's so stinking cute. She's very young looking.
Yep. I love Brittany.
She's gonna age well.
Yeah, bitch.
She's gonna age well.
For AJ, she's got 2 kids.
I, on the other hand, did not. Life was hard.
Well, yeah. For anybody that's lurking or popping in or whatever, the benefit auction link is up at the top of the chat, pinned. The link is for the auction for Standby. Are they still on?
Yeah, they are still on.
Okay. Yeah, once they're off, I'm going to take that down.
Yeah, I was just checking. Yeah, they're still on. Countess April is up right now.
Okay.
I don't know who's next. They don't have anybody else up on the screen other than Rhonda and Victoria and April. Usually there's somebody else in the waiting. So.
I'm really glad I wasn't taking a sip of Pepsi when I saw what TG just put in the chat, which I personally am not going to repeat.
And they are at $708 raised out of the $1,000 goal.
Nice. TG. Stretching your boundaries, girl.
Emoji looks like me. There's an old lady with her hair up. Yep.
Yeah.
That would be me. That's why I like that one. I've used it.
I'm really glad I was not taking a sip of my Pepsi because the timing would have been perfect. And I would have no longer had a laptop at all because it would have been covered in Pepsi.
But yeah, I've used that emoji a lot.
I have a question.
What?
42.
I hate listing clothes. That's not a number question. I hate listing clothes, but I keep buying more clothes to list. Can you answer why I keep doing that when I fucking hate listing clothes?
Glutton for punishment.
Because you're insane.
I thought we already knew that one.
Well, the definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing and expecting different results.
There you have it.
I have enough clothes that if that's all I listed for like the next 6 months, I still have more clothes to list, even if I didn't buy any more.
Amy's going to be opening her own thrift store, so
Right. Like I can't say that the thought hasn't crossed my mind, but then I'm like, people.
People.
I do not people well.
I don't.
Neither do
I really don't.
I told John once, it was near a holiday, and he's like, "Come on, let's go to Walmart." And I'm like, "No, Walmart is too people-y right now."
No,
I love
yeah.
that word. People-y.
Yeah, when he was done laughing, he was like, "So you really don't want to go?" I said, "What did I say?" He goes, "Don't make me repeat it. I'll start laughing again." I'm like, the answer is still the same. So, see, he doesn't have a problem getting through people. I usually don't either, but he just sticks his elbows out and walks, and people just kind of move out of his way. You know, I don't know why. He's got bony fucking elbows. Had bony fucking elbows.
No, he still got them.
Yeah, but now they can't crunch into my ribs anymore. Asshole.
Like I said, he still got them.
He can go poke ghosts with him now. I get anxiety and then I get violent. It's not a good thing. Well, Kristen said she gets anxiety, then she gets bitchy. I get anxiety and then I get violent. So notice I've been a lot more verbally violent lately.
Yes, you have.
I thought it was just me.
It's that masshole thing. They kind of go together because like good timing.
What's my excuse then?
You hang out with me.
Don't. Yeah.
It's a Missouri thing.
I think people like to push my buttons.
Yeah.
Did y'all just hear how she said that? She said Missouri.
That's how you say it.
But how does Tina usually say it?
Missouri.
I give up. Okay,
Missouri.
I was like, I don't know.
She usually says it Missouri, so she just said Missouri. You are changing your whole speech pattern, woman. That's funny. And I realized that because it just caught me by surprise, like, wait, that sounded wrong. Yet it's the correct way to say it, but Tina always says it technically wrong. I'm like, wait, I think the earth just shifted on its axis again.
I gotta do things to fuck with Kodi.
You didn't do that on purpose.
Are you sure about that?
I am. You gonna fib about it?
Maybe.
She's like, fuck, Kodi busted me. I screwed up. Shit. Can I fib my way out of this one? No, you cannot.
Maybe she's pulling your big toe and making it hurt.
You know what? I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. I'd be sitting on the couch, and of course, if I sat sideways so that I could put my feet up to keep them elevated, they would end up on him, right? Which his wife did not like, but I didn't care. And I'd be sitting there and I'd be watching the TV. I have to turn because the couch was, and all of a sudden he'd be like, "You didn't feel that, did you?" I'm like, "Stop fucking with my feet," because I can't feel anything he does to my feet. And he'd be sitting there and he's like tugging on my toe. And I'm like, "Stop it." Or he'd sit there, he'd poke the bottom of my foot or the bottom of my toe. I'm like, "Leave my feet alone." And he'd be like, "No, it's fun." I'm like, "You're fucked up." I'm like, is this your foot fetish thing again? He was like, I never had a foot fetish. I'm like, but that's the rumor I'm going to start now. It's like, shit. I was like, do you really want me to Facebook this? He's like, fuck. And he like had his hands up like this. I'm like, yeah.
Right?
So I wouldn't doubt it. He probably is. You're probably right, Kristen. See, when the amputation first happened, they asked me if I wanted to donate my leg or if I wanted to have my leg sent to a funeral home.
Why would you want to have it sent to a funeral home? Were you going to have wait. Were you going to have a service? Like they did in,
No, I didn't even know you could. You know what I mean? Apparently you can have a funeral for your body parts.
What the fuck?
Yeah. But again, this is a place that when you get arrested, they ask if you've ever had sexual relations with farm animals.
Oh, please.
So, yeah, apparently if you lose a limb, you could, Kristen, you can have it cremated, and then you can have it in your will that you want all of your body put together.
Girls.
Yeah. Hey, crazy girl. So, I got the choice, and I was like, well, I certainly cannot afford to bury my leg. And how gross is that to be sitting there saying prayers over your own body part while you're still, no, I'm good. I was like, donate it. Maybe they'll figure out something and this won't happen to somebody else. And are you getting them cut off, TG? I mean, are you getting a mastectomy?
Having
don't do that voluntarily.
A reduction or something?
Well, I mean, unless they're big enough that they're in the next county and you got to have it in your will that you want them all in one state or whatever they have in England. I'll have one for Sarah's. Ow! Anyway, I swear that the medical people that got my leg were doing like electronic testing on it or something, because I came home and all I could feel was like zings, like someone was putting an electrical prod. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, okay, they need to stop zapping me with electricity or something. That's fucked up. Well, Toad should laugh at the crazy people. He's one of us.
Yes, he is.
He so is. So no, I donated it to medical science. I made my contribution. They could fuck off with the rest of me. Although, my son doesn't want to live with me. He'll probably do nothing with my ashes and just say, just donate our body. I don't want nothing to do with that. Although, now he might stay. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. He's confusing me. This is nothing new.
Right.
But... Toilet Girl, you're going to have to translate that. I do not understand your fucking sentence.
Up at the top, she put, how are you girls? She did an R and a U. Then she put, are you? Sorry to shorten words, Kodi.
Oh, I got it. Shame on you. We're all illiterate and shit in my chat, okay? And then Jackie shows up, so that goes out the window. No, I'm kidding, Jackie. I love you. Oh, Jackie. Woosa. You'll be all right.
Why are you stressing, honey?
They have an auction coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. She always gets really nervous before they go on. I mean, she's funny as fuck once they get on, but she gets very nervous.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. You know what's really weird is that you too. Don't make me throw my leg at you.
Fine, honey.
I'll throw my leg at you. It'll take your mind off it. They do always wait for the last minute. Yes, they do. Everybody was telling me, don't be nervous till you're your first live. And I'm going, I've already been on people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
I did. I got the I love you symbol. John and I actually used to use that to say I love you. When Issa would get so upset that we would say I love you to each other, and she said he shouldn't say I love you to any woman but her. And so I'd be like, hey, buttface, and he'd be like, what? I'd be like, you know. But it was I love you, and then I love you too. So that's how we got away with that. That's right. Watch out, might come at you. But like Larry was like, don't be nervous. And I'm like, I've been on other people's lives. Why would I be nervous? And everybody's like, talking here. Talking over here. What the fuck? What? Tell me. You made Alex cry on his live? How'd you do that? You thought of me? Oh, because you made me cry on my live. You're on a roll, girl. You better not open any more of that tie-dye ink. You never know where it'll go this time.
Oh, I felt so bad for you, honey. I seen that picture.
I did too. Although, I couldn't help but think karma. I'm kidding. I didn't send any voodoo your way. Believe me, it was not me. Might have been Willow, but it wasn't me. No, I don't. She didn't do that either. Just fucking with you. I did not. And yeah, well, that's what happened with me is because I started talking about him now. See, I've been mentioning him for over an hour now. No waterworks. But it just happened to be that day that it hit me, and it happens.
Yep, you got emotional. It happens.
It does happen. The leg could come your way too. You never know. But no, I didn't send anything your way. I always send you happy thoughts. Believe me, because I love you guys. I would never wish anything bad on you.
No.
Justice, maybe. No, I can't help it. No, I always wish good things for you both because you're awesome and I love you. I'll even tell you if I throw my leg at you for real ever in person, I'll be like, hey, duck, and I'll throw it. So you have warning first. It could be your energy. This plays on someone's emotions. It connects with them and brings something forward to the surface that wouldn't normally. Nah, it won't be here yet, Wendy. It's only been 6 days. You could have that kind of, and it's not a bad thing. A lot of people just don't want to connect with, what's inside. And sometimes with your energy, you could just be making that connection for them. So, but on the other hand, you could also make the connection and remind them of really happy memories or really scary ones or, anything. So it's a crapshoot with you. You're crazy girls. What do they expect? I love you guys. You're awesome. And here I am talking to myself up here. Yes. Yes, you connect with people and they feel like they've known you and they're comfortable talking to you. The same thing happens with me. John refused to go into Michael's or Hobby Lobby with me because I would end up talking to somebody in there for hours. They'd just be telling me everything. And amazingly enough, when I'm out, I don't actually do the talking. People end up talking to me. Mm-hmm. And then I give them advice. And then they thank me and they go away. And I'll run into them again, 6 months later. And they're like, oh my God, I took your advice. Thank you so much. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Right. You're welcome. But
that was what I hated about working retail. Oh my God. Working retail. Yep. You're sitting there, you're trying to do your job, and then somebody comes up and then they just start talking to you. And the next thing you know, you're there for like an hour. And I'm like, I'm trying to put this stuff on the shelf. And you're talking to me, and I can't get nothing put away. Hello. Shut up, Kodi.
So what part of Massachusetts are you from again?
I don't know. All over.
All over. Yeah, try working loss prevention and have. I walked around the entire store with a girl for an hour and a half, looking for some kind of pink thing that she was looking for, like a belt or something. And walked all the way up to the. She then was like, "Oh, I need to go to the bathroom." She's like, "Come with me," and I'm like, "Okay." So since I had to follow her in there anyway, that worked for me. Watched her drop her drawers, put all the jewelry she had stolen in the center, like a crotch area of her, because she had nylons on underneath her jeans to keep it, all the stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, never went to the bathroom. Pulled her shit up. We went out of the bathroom. Went into the register line. She bought like a drink, and while she was waiting in line, I was like, "I'm gonna run out and grab a cigarette." And she was like, "Oh, wait for me out there. I'll be out there in a minute." And I'm like, "All right." Yeah, she never got to light her cigarette.
Yeah.
I did get to smoke part of mine though. And I was like, "You need to come back in the store with me." And she's like, "Why?" I was like, "Because I'm on my loss prevention." Yeah, the girl should have been. Dude, let me tell you something. That bitch should have been stealing a fucking Summer's Eve douche. Okay? The police officers called me and said, "Look, you can come pick up the jewelry," because I wasn't doing a strip search at Walmart. She had to go to the police station for that.
Mm-hmm.
And $30 worth of costume jewelry in her crotch, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, she was not wearing underwear when she did this. I have nothing against people not wearing underwear, but if you're going to steal stolen merchandise in your cooch, make sure you wash first. Yeah, it was loss prevention. I walked around plain clothes, looking like I was a shopper and busted people shoplifting. That was my job.
Yeah.
And so the cops, the female officer called me and goes, "Okay, your jewelry is at the front desk." She's like, "We put it in a Ziploc bag and then put it in a paper bag." She goes, "Do not open the Ziploc bag." I'm like, "Why?" And she goes, "Well, just say she didn't douche first." I'm like, "Oh." I'm like, "Okay." So, yeah. So I went down, I picked it up, and I was able to. Yeah, I can't imagine why, Jackie. If you're as hyper in Walmart as you are on lives, yeah, I can't imagine why I would follow you around. Be like, "What the fuck are these crazy bitches up to?" Do you film them? That's funny. See, if they see you filming them, they have to get off the floor. If you walk up and say, "Hi, I know you're following me in your security, loss prevention, whatever, asset protection, I guess it's called now," boom, you busted. They have to pull off the floor for at least a half an hour. Just saying. They didn't treat me right when I left. I got accused of shoplifting a week after I quit, or a week after I couldn't work anymore. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" No, it was not a week. I lied. It was...
Okay.
See, after I stopped working, I still busted people.
Have fun, honey.
What happened?
Private chat.
Oh, I can't even see it because I have YouTube pulled up in front of it. Pause my story. Okay, Amy. I'm calling you Amy because you're leaving.
That's not my name.
Bye, baby girl.
Bye.
So I go in and I pick it up, right? I bring it back to the store. I'm able to identify everything without taking it out of the Ziploc. I get everything written down, do my report and all that. Now, stolen merchandise has to be taken to the claims office. So I put it back in the bag, and I wrote them a note back in the paper bag. It was still in the plastic one. I wrote them a note. I said, "Look, this is what happened." And I told them everything, that it was, loss prevention, that recovered merchandise. Do not open the plastic bag. I said, this was in someone's cooch. I said, it was in their pants. They weren't wearing underwear. The cop told me not to open the bag, so I did not. I suggest you do the same. I'm in my office. I'm typing up my report, and all of a sudden I hear, "Oh my fucking God, what the fuck?" And I'm like, they opened the bag. I walk back there like this, right? And the girl is like on the floor throwing up in the trash can, and she's like, the other girl is trying to get the bag closed. And I walked up and I was like, I told you not to fucking open it.
People don't read or what? Did the note get lost? I mean,
No, it was still, I saw it. It was still on the paper bag. I stapled that shit. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, secret shoppers are different from loss prevention. Secret shoppers are the ones that go in and make sure that the employees are doing what they're supposed to do. You know, they go in and they buy stuff and they make sure the cashiers are bringing things through correctly. You know, they'll try and do things like putting something inside a shoebox and closing the shoebox, and the cashiers are supposed to open all the shoe boxes, check the shoes, they're supposed to check the paper, everything. I was I was making a legitimate, like, leaving. I was making a purchase, right? Because my shift was over. I was done. And this girl from photo developing, she had that asked to jump on one of the regular cash registers for a few minutes. And I was buying this little toolbox, right? And I had put stuff in it. Mm-hmm. And I'm figuring it was just easier for me to carry it that way. And I walk up. Now, knowing what the cashiers are supposed to do, knowing that they know I'm loss prevention, mm-hmm. I'm not expecting to have to open the fucking thing myself. I figure she's going to open it and, you know, be like, do you want all this stuff? And I'll be like, yeah, I wouldn't have put it in there if I didn't want it. She didn't open it. She scanned she scanned the toolbox through and told me the price. I was like, are you sure that's how much my purchase is? And she goes, well, yeah, you only had one thing. I'm like, are you sure I only had one thing? Because I really didn't want to write her up for not doing her job correctly and almost losing the store $35 worth of shit. And I'm like looking at the toolbox and I'm like, mm-hmm. And she's like, huh? But she wasn't used to working the regular cash register. She were used to working photo lab. Only so much you can hide in a photo envelope. You know what I mean? And I was like, you were trained as a Walmart cashier, right? And she's like, yes. I was like, what is one of the procedures when you have something like the toolbox? And she goes, oh. I'm like, she goes, oh, fuck. I'm like, because of course I'm the one that would bust her for that. And I'm like,
right. Oh my gosh.
I'm like, just pick it back up and open it and ring through everything that was in it. And she goes, I'm so sorry. I'm like, but now you won't forget to do it next time. She goes, no, I will not. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure she didn't forget. I got accused of shoplifting when I was trying to think of that. It was about 2.5 months after I stopped working loss prevention. My oldest daughter. Hey, Susanna. My oldest daughter was working for Walmart in my town. I worked out of my town. She worked at the store near where we live. And no. My daughter was working Walmart here, not too far from me. And my daughter, being my daughter, and she was pissed off at me, told her management that I shoplift. Her management knew I had been loss prevention, so they probably figured that I knew how to get away with it, which if I wanted to, I could make bank walking out of Walmart with shit. But that's not how I am. So I was walking around and there were a couple of indications that they're supposed to look for. And I had a big messenger bag. It was actually a laptop bag. And it was the only thing I could grab at the time because my purse was in the damn washing machine and it never got put in the dryer, and it was a fucking mess. So I grabbed the only bag available, which was my laptop bag. Just shoved all my shit in it. And so it was in the top of the carriage because I always put my purse where I can grab it if someone tries to take off with it, right? Well, I'm sitting there and I was gonna bring
the buggy.
What?
You must be talking about the buggy. Shopping cart?
Oh, yeah, shopping cart. Buggy. There's shopping carts up north and they're buggies down here. I was looking for a baby carriage the first time someone said buggy.
Well, you said carriage, and I'm going, what the fuck is that? Okay, back to your story.
No, she's already terrified of me enough, and I only got one leg. So, yeah, she fucks with me from a distance, but this was years ago. But I was going to get John a present, and since I'm a cheap bitch, he collected Hot Wheels, so I was going to get him a couple of Hot Wheels he didn't have yet. So, of course, you go into the Hot Wheels section, and that's a fucking rabbit hole in itself, right? So I'm looking at the cars and I'm putting them down in front of me, which is against my bag, and an assistant manager comes popping around my elbow and goes, "Can I help you find anything?" I'm like, "Does it look like I need help finding anything?" And she goes, "Well, you seem to be standing here for a long time." I said, "Have you seen this wall? It's got 5 million Hot Wheels on it. Why wouldn't I be here?" "What?" And she's like, "Well, I was just wondering if you were looking for anything in particular." I'm like, "Yeah, Hot Wheel." What? I mean, she was very obvious and very stupid because, one, you don't approach someone you think is shoplifting that way. And I'm just like, go away. She was like, "Well, I'll just wait until you're done." I'm like, "Are you fucking serious right now?" I was like, "Look, I'm not stealing." I picked up my bag. I threw it in the main part of the shopping cart / buggy / trolley. And I was like, "Look, I'm not shoplifting. I'm just looking for a fucking Hot Wheel. Get out of my face." And she was like, "Well, I don't think you're..." I'm like, "I don't care what you think." I'm like, "You want me to get your manager? Get him out here right now." Because I knew who the manager was that night. And she's like, "Well, I don't think that's necessary." I was like, "Oh, I think it's necessary if you want to keep your fucking job." And she's like, "Well, yeah, she is. Wendy's in the UK." She's like, "Well, I'll just leave you to look for your Hot Wheel then." I'm like, "Thank you." So I do my shopping. I got like 3 Hot Wheels. I do my shopping. Of course, I had to pay for my stuff, so my bag is now back in the top. The whole time I was shopping, I left it in the bottom of the cart. The shopping apparatus. I left it in the bottom of that, so she'd leave me the fuck alone. And yeah, in the South, they're called buggies, shopping buggies. They're weird here. But when I went to pay for things, I'm not going to lean over the whole thing to get my. I picked the thing up and put it back in the top. Paid for my stuff. Go to walk out the door, and as I'm walking up to the register, I see the loss prevention guy because, of course, I kept track of who was working loss prevention in the stores all the time. So I see their loss prevention guy. This is the first time he's been anywhere in sight. He was following other people. I watched him following other people as I was walking around. So he's standing over by the card department, which is like right there facing the registers. So I pay for my stuff. He's staring at me. He couldn't have made it any more obvious if he was holding the fucking sign. I'm like, "Really? Do you make any stops in this store? Because, hello, advertise much?"
Mm-hmm.
I go through, I go out, and all of a sudden I have this same assistant manager jumping in front of me. I was like, "Wow," she almost got hit. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she goes, she calls him by name, which is not done. You're supposed to say, Department 99 or 100 is what they would page our loss prevention. And she's like, "I want you to take her in the back for shoplifting." And I turned around and I looked at him. I was already out the store by this time, and I looked at him. I said, "Go ahead, try." And he's like standing there going, "Why?" He goes, "Okay, what's going on?" I'm like, "The fact that you just had to ask that question, I mean, you did not follow me around this store from point A to point B and know everywhere I went in between. You know why I know that? Because I saw you following other people. You were not following me. Therefore, you do not have all your elements, and you cannot make a stop." I was like, "What is it I was supposed to have stolen again?" And she's like, "You were stealing Hot Wheels." I'm like, "Was I?" I'm like, "Because there are 3 of them in the bag down there. You can check that." I was like, "But you're not going in my purse without a cop." I was like, "And you got no call to pull me in the back because he was not following me, and neither were you." I was like, "This is called a false stop, and people sue Walmart for this." And he's like, "How do you know that?" I said, "Because I worked Walmart loss prevention for 2 fucking years for Conrad." He was like, "Oh, shit." He literally said, "Oh, shit," and took a step back. He goes, "Look, I was not in on this in the beginning." He goes, "I cannot make this stop," to the manager. He goes, "If you want to make this stop, that's on you." I looked at her. I said, "Feeling froggy?"
Jump.
I was like, she goes, "Well, I'm going to call the police." I said, "Go ahead. They have my address in human resources. Have them meet me at my house." I said, "I'm leaving. You cannot physically stop me from leaving." It was like, because you do not have any evidence whatsoever.
Ooh.
And unloaded all the Hot Wheels on my purse. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I could have, though, because she went away. I had plenty of time to do it if I wanted to, but
Jesus.
And then I found out later that the whole reason that she was jumping my shit and that everybody started watching me in that store is because my daughter told them I was shoplifting.
Go shopping now.
Yeah, it's a proud parental moment. Let me tell you that my kid is like that. Hi, Christy.
Phenomena.
Boop, boop, boop,
Phenomena.
boop, boop, boop,
Phenomena.
boop, 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 boop.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, Tim. Good, Christy. Yeah, I have the benefit auction link pinned to the top of my chat for anybody that didn't know about it to pop over there if they're able to show support for what Sam and his mom are going through right now. It's something that's close to me because, amputees stick together, damn it. Hey, Virginia. Yeah, Jackie, I haven't been in an actual store in over 2 years. Like physically going into the building. I haven't, nothing. I can picture you doing that, jumping on the back of them and riding them. Tally ho! Yeah, I can picture that. See, I think the girls are the kind of people that I used to have to blow my cover for and say, please get off the electric carts. This is not a racetrack. Poor Wi-Fi sucks. Well, I didn't lose it because of shoplifting, people. I got an infection in my bone when I shattered my ankle. I dislocated and shattered my ankle and got an infection in the leg bone itself, and that's why they had to amputate. After I saved my foot from having staph and having 2 surgeries on it, I lost it anyway. I was very pissed off. I'm still bitter. I think I'll probably always be bitter about that. It took me over a year to heal up my foot, and I ended up losing that fucker anyway. It was pissing me off.
Well, yeah.
Oh, and stay on your leash. Oh, yeah, I know that feeling because John used to embarrass the shit out of me in Walmart and other stores. John walked around Michael's once, the craft store. He'd had a few beers, and I didn't want him to come in with me, but he insisted. And he walked around going, Nate Burkus, ladies, this would look perfect in your living room. And I'm like, oh my God, shoot me now.
I always love it when he does, when people do that.
I'm like, but the frightening part is he imitated Nate Burkus. I don't know if everybody knows who that is, but
yes, I do.
I know you do, but I'm in the chat. But he imitated him perfectly. I'm like, But that man's ass was sealed so tight, water couldn't have gotten in there, I'm like,
Yeah.
So yeah, he definitely was not. He might have seen a few up close, but he definitely was not gay. Which killed one of my fantasies on my bucket list.
So if you could get a piece of coal up there, you would definitely get a diamond, right?
Yeah. I told him once I was going to get a piece of coal. He goes, stick it up your own ass. You weren't getting anywhere near mine. Yeah. I can see being nervous about that. I can. This is the first time I've ever gotten stabbed. It's because I didn't step on anything. It was the cats ran across my foot when I was sleeping. We had just gotten the kittens. They had just started to loosen up from being terrified of being in the house. A threesome with 2 dudes. What the fuck? What? Hello? It's all about me, okay? What do you think? Well, then again, it could be a guy and a girl, and as long as it's all about me, either way, I'm good. But because I always used to sleep with my feet out from under the blankets. I didn't like my feet covered, and the kittens were just starting to loosen up, and they're playing. And where my feet were is kind of their entryway up onto the bed, and I got a cat claw in my foot, and that's what did it. And I didn't know it because my feet being numb, I didn't feel it until it was already infected. And I looked down. I'm like, why is this like this? And because, feet aren't something I look at. They're feet. They're there, I check the other one now a lot.
Yeah, quite often.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, I mean, it's all boxes. The boxes that are back here are actually touching my bed. So that is packed from my wall all the way in my bed. It's a good 10 feet of boxes and totes and things. And yeah, it was more like cat scratch um, fucking staff. So there's only a couple of ways. I mean, they can get up from that end of the bed, which is up by the window. There's a little bit of space between the crap that's over there and the bed, which is why my pillow always falls off the fucking bed. But the only other way is really is this corner right here where I'm sitting and the other corner back there, right there. So since I sleep on this side, I cover my feet now, my foot now, my feet. Habit. I cover my foot now. So if they run over me, at least I have the blanket protection. Cat scratch, fucking staff, yeah. Don't underestimate cat scratches, man. You get a cat scratch, alcohol that bitch immediately.
It is.
Yeah. Especially if they just came out of the litter box. I know it's a real infection. I'm aware. I have cats. But this time, it was fucking staph. Twice. No, I did not scratch the cat back. And, I mean, putting it on the scratch, not drinking it, that doesn't count. Because that was my first thought. It was, give me some booze. I'm good with that.
Hi, Denise.
Hi, Denise. So, yeah. I have alcohol pads and I have a big old bottle of peroxide really close to me, so I make sure any more scratches. And I do. These cats make me bleed constantly, and I'm like, ow, motherfucker! And they're making me bleed on the bad leg, okay? Because for some reason they have to go from their food dish, which is kind of under my table and in front of it. They have to go over my leg to get on the bed, and they always have to land on my leg. I'm like, there's a whole spaces here that you can use. What are you doing? No, they got to step on me. So yeah. I'm like you haven't done enough. But it is what it is. But I definitely make sure that I get those scratches taken care of, because I don't need my leg that I already had the amputation on getting infected again and having a revision, because the next time it would be above the knee, and that's even harder to adjust to. So no. Mm. Tina, it's your turn to talk. How come you have your camera off?
Putting stuff in my gob.
Quit being a knobhead.
I ain't got one. Thank you.
Holy shit, Jackie. Yeah, that's not good. Was it just from holding the box? Like where you were holding the boxes, or did you have a cut that got infected that bad? Yeah, blood infection, that's not good. Not good at all. Oof. Yeah, that's scary. Scary. Oh. Did you not go to a reputable place, or was it just because you're so susceptible to it? Well, you getting a backdoor fucking tattoo? Bootleg tattoos, not a good idea. Even though I was doing them. Because I learned how to tattoo.
You gotta practice sometime.
Yeah, I mostly did them on John. Ew. Yeah. See, you can't control the sanitary conditions if you're in a house. I mean, I was doing bootleg tattoos, and mine came out pretty good, but I tried to make sure that everything was as sanitary as possible, you know?
Yeah.
I can't do them now because of the numbness in my fingers. I can't judge the depths of the needles. But I was having a good time learning how to do them. My best work was on John, and it's now ashes. So at least he gets to enjoy them wherever he is. But I still have pictures.
There you go.
Yeah. I tattooed, I used the font from the Charmed show,
Yeah.
and I did Wyld Scotsman, just like it was spelled on my thumbnail, actually. That was in honor of him today. Wyld, W-Y-L-D, and then Scotsman in kind of an arch across his back. Over, on the back of his shoulders, and that was just solid black work. I did the rooster zodiac, the Chinese zodiac symbol for rooster on the back of his neck. I did tiger symbol on his forearm. Or no, it was the other way around. The tiger was on the back of his neck. The rooster was on his forearm. Oh, misdiagnosis, not good. She should have treated it for an infection anyway.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she should have treated that for an infection because it was on a tattoo and it was a bump. She should have treated you for infection. I did a pentacle on his other forearm. I helped him do a ring of flames around his wrist, like kind of around his wrist, but up a little bit. I did the first ones I did was his back arms, like back here. I'll do it this way, back here.
Yeah.
And I did Celtic on one side and Pride on the other, and it was in outline and it was Old English letters. And I actually had tattooists tell him that they wanted me to come apprentice with them. That was done with a homemade jail gun and a single needle. Yeah, they'll fade because you're constantly putting shoes on and shoes and socks on, and it rubs them. So as your layers of skin wear off, they come down. That's why tattoos fade. It's because you're taking off layers of skin. Fingers too. When you do them on your fingers, they'll wear off quick.
Yeah, my son-in-law had some on the bottom of his feet.
Yeah, that's kind of silly. I did.
They were squashed bugs.
I did his barbed wire. Ew. I did his barbed wire. And I told him, I said, okay, you're only getting one row of barbed wire. If you go to jail again, man, we're going to have to add little danglies, and it's going to look really pretty. He's like, fuck you. But I have 3 guns, actually. They're in a storage unit. As far as I know, they're still in a storage unit that Issa is supposed to be paying for. I don't know if she stopped paying for it and said, fuck it, everything can just get auctioned or what, but $900 worth of tattoo equipment better not have gone bye-bye. You know what I'm saying? I'll be pissed. And that big space TV in there, that'll be mine. So.
Yeah, I would be pissed off if that shit would be missing.
It does sound like you, Jackie. It does. So, yeah, and I've done tattoos for other people. Oh, and I did this one. I did my own tattoos. I did my... it's hard to... There we go, kind of. It's hard to see it. You're seeing it upside down. I can't do it. I can't bend like that. But it's a tribal moon that I designed, and then it's got a K for Kodiak in the middle because, like with the Kodiak Creations at the bottom of my screen, the K and the C, the crescent moon is the C, so it's Kodiak Creations. I did that one one-handed. It is not easy to do a tattoo one-handed on yourself. And I just finished modifying the K because I had to fix it, and the dog attacked me and bit right through it. The people in the hospital thought I was insane because I was bitching because the dog bit through my tattoo. I have a scar through my K. I'm like, well, just like the real thing, scarred but still surviving. Hell yeah. So, I don't know. John's first tattoo that he did for me is a triple moon with a pentacle in the middle moon. I was actually chatting in an AOL chat room when he was doing that, and I'm typing in, ow, 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 and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, bleeding. I'm like, because he did that with the same gun, the single needle jail gun. Mm-hmm. And he did, you're not going to be able to see it, but maybe. That one, this one. He did this one. And this is actually, I can't show it up close because I can't maneuver like that, but it's the same tribal as my crescent, but I turn it into a heart, and it's got my son's name in Draconian from Dungeons and Dragons, and then it's got his birth date because his first name was the same as John's. They're both named John. So I put his birth date on it so nobody would think that I was putting a guy's name on my arm. It's my son. Yeah, and then I have he did my zodiac symbol. I have the Aquarius on the back of my neck. So yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that happens. It does happen with heavily scarred. I mean, there are artists that can tattoo on scar tissue. I've never done it, so I got the scar after I did the tattoo. But the scar's not bad. It's a very flat. The part where it took the ink out because the ink was so fresh, it actually didn't leave like a bump scar. I could actually fix that up. A friend of mine had his ex's names on, and he made like a ladder of roses. Every time he broke up with someone, he would have someone put a row of roses over their name, and then add the next person's name to the ladder. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, they're numbers. Yeah, it is a life lesson, but I won't. I did tattoo someone's name on someone once. She wanted her boyfriend's name on her, and I'm like, it's a bad idea. I was like, get something that symbolizes him, but don't put a name. She insisted. She designed the tattoo. It was 2 cherries with the stem and a leaf. Very imaginative. And she wanted his name along one of the stems. So, okay, but that's going to be really hard to cover up if you break up. She goes, oh, I'm never breaking up with him. Yeah, a month later. A month later, she called and asked if I'd do a cover-up, and I was like, you know what? I warned you, and no, I will not hire somebody else to do it. I wouldn't do it. Nope. You make your bed, you lie in it, even if you're in there all alone now. Yeah, there you go. He dumped her. She got his name tattooed on her leg, and he dumped her. You know, I tried to tell her, you know, I have my kids' names on me, on a tattoo on my chest, which the tattooist was happy as fuck to be tattooed on my tit, let me tell you. But I have a heart, and then it has 2 wings coming up, and then it has the ribbon, like the banner, and my kids' names are on it. And the heart is pink and purple. And there are little shades of purple in the wings. It definitely could do with an update and better artistry, but for $20 and a bootleg tattoo, you know. I am going to do I'm still designing in my head the memorial tattoo I want for John. But then I'd have to save up money to get it done. And so that would be another thing that's not an absolute necessary expense, but I mean, I might not do it as a tattoo. I might just draw it. Hey, Willow, draw it and have it nicely framed or something. That way,
their name tattooed and got dumped.
This girl.
Yeah, but
this girl that I did tattoo.
all right.
Okay.
Because if I get what I'm thinking about the design and everything for a memorial thing, when I'm gone, my son won't lose that. He'll be able to keep that picture, to memorialize for his dad. So I might just do it have somebody design it and print it and hang it up. You know. Nice.
Hey, Tina.
Yeah.
Hey, Kodi. Hey,
Hi, Willow.
Sarah and Jackie. Anybody else lurking in there?
I don't know. We got 8 people, but
Hey,
only
Denise.
Jackie is typing.
I say, Christy popped in. Christine's here.
Yep.
Hey,
Virginia was
Virginia.
here.
My daughter, the one that calls me the incubator, my middle child, of which I'm so proud. She recently blocked me on Facebook for no reason. I haven't talked to her in years. But she got a tattoo on her forearm that is my mother's signature. She got the tattoo for her grandmother to remember her grandmother, even though, my mom's still alive. But she always always, always signs everything. Love always, and then she'll put Grammy or mom or whatever, whoever she's signing it to depends on how she signs it. So my daughter she took the card with her, and they copied her signature, and did the transfer, and put my mom's actual signature on her arm that said "Love always Grammy," and did like little decorative things around it and stuff like that. So I thought that was really nice.
Hey, Wendy. Hey, Virginia.
I didn't get to see it because, of course, the child doesn't want anything to do with me. But she did show my mother, and my mother cried, even though she hates tattoos. She cried.
Hey, Kristen.
It was adorable, and it was funny because about 2 weeks before I heard about this, I was looking at my mom's card and I was like, that's a really good idea, because I saw it, I think, online or something when I was scrolling through pictures, and I saw this signature, and I was like, that's a really good idea. And then all of a sudden, my mom tells me, hey, what Kayla did? And I'm like, no, how would I know what Kayla did? She didn't talk to me. And so she told me, I'm like, well, can't get that now because she'll think I'm copying her. That's sweet. That's sweet. Symbolizing everyone in your family. See, I can't really do one tattoo that would symbolize everyone in my family. Yeah, the signature thing
Is there one that goes crazy?
What?
Is there one that symbolizes crazy?
I'm not getting a giant Jackie put on me anymore. I love you, Jackie. It was just too easy. Yeah, my family is so dysfunctional. But, like, my grandson is easy because he's gamer. So you do a little gamer controller or whatever. He's all about PS4. So that's not difficult. My granddaughter is very artistic. And she's in a bad place right now. She's having a hard time. So she's not really doing her art, which hurts me because she's really good at it. She's, a tornado symbolizes crazy.
Or
That's a good idea. There you go. Get the Tasmanian devil. I love Taz. Are you kidding me? In his biker gear? Yeah, hell yeah. I actually have a stuffed Taz. I have a plush Taz. I'm around resellers. I should say plush, right? I have a stuffed Taz that has the biker and the hat and everything. It's cool. The story of how I got that is a whole nother fucking drama. But yeah, I'm telling you, I can't make this shit up that happens in my life. I can't. My granddaughter is extremely graceful. She's very tall, and she's getting a lot of flack at school for being so tall. But the girl is gorgeous. She could model. Right? You're twins. You are. And
yeah, but I don't know if he could flip out of a dumpster as good as her.
Yeah, I don't think the dismount would be as good. I don't think Taz could manage it. He got short little legs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the butt pivot. He doesn't have a butt.
Jackie, you have a much nicer ass than Tasmanian Devil does.
True.
My granddaughter, when she was younger and used to dance, like, we'd put music on and the girl would just start dancing, and she was amazingly graceful for having never seen steps before. She could dance. So I used to say she reminded me of a cat because she was so graceful. Then she started doing gymnastics, and she was really good at it until COVID, and they stopped doing competitions. So she was in competitive gymnastics. So that was the end of that. The Y kind of closed down with COVID, and that's what she was going through. That's where they did the gymnastics. You're welcome, honey. And so for her, I would do a cat, and I would do some kind of like artist palette and like maybe little paint splotches or something. My grandson is interesting because when my grandson was born, it was an emergency. Both of my grandkids were emergency C-sections. But with my grandson, John and I, because we didn't know how long it was going to take, and they told us, it might be an hour or two. We were like, yeah, stress. Hello, we need a cigarette. So we went out to the parking lot, and we were standing there, and this huge owl flew directly over us just as my mother called my phone and said that, my grandson had been born, and there were complications with my daughter, but the baby was fine. So for me, that's very symbolic. So my grandson, I would do like the silhouette of an owl in flight, and then do something with like gamer controller or something, like the owl holding the gamer controller or something, and the cord hanging down, like he caught it and killed it, something like that. My granddaughter would definitely be a cat with some kind of artistic symbols around her. Jackie, that's funny. I did gymnastics when I was little. I was very up until I hurt my back. I was extremely flexible. I could still do splits at the size I was, but that came in handy sometimes.
Never could do the splits.
But I did gymnastics when I was younger. I played volleyball in school, but we didn't have a volleyball team because, of course, it was New England. So, thank you. But yeah, and I did ballet when I was like 5 and 6 years old. My mom stuck me in ballet. That was not a life choice of mine. But
when I was little, I wanted two things. Well, when I was younger, I shouldn't say little because I was never little. I wanted to do piano, and I wanted to take dance. I wanted to take jazz, tap.
Mm-hmm. I drifted into tap dancing when I was 6. My mom actually shoved me towards tap dancing. I didn't like it. It made too much fucking noise. But there was a tap dancing class where I did ballet, and I was like, okay, I'm done with ballet and sweating my ass off and hurting my toes. Can we go home now? And she was like, oh, let's do this class too. And I'm like, no, let's not. And I mean, she already had the damn shoes. I'm like, I don't want to do tap. Do it. I'm like, okay. I didn't like it. So, and my dad didn't like it because it made too much noise. He's like, what in the hell is that? Mom made me do it. He's like, Francis.
But yeah, I wanted piano, and I wanted to take tap. Mom wouldn't do it. Mom always said, your fingers are too short for piano.
Well, all of that ended when I was 12.
God love her and rest her soul. But,
Well, all of that ended when I was 11, because when I was 11, I went to a camp. I got transferred out of the camp that I had been going in because you could only go up to the age 10. So at 11, we had to find another camp because my parents shipped me off to camp every day during the summer for 8 weeks. See you later, bye, go away. So I know it's such a tragic childhood that I had. And the camp that I went to, I discovered had horses. So I was like, yes, please. When I was sitting out at the swim area, all of a sudden this girl comes up and she said my name. And I can't.
Oh, she got her other t-shirt.
Yay! I'm sitting there and she said my name and I'm like, yeah. And she goes, it's me, Tori. And I'm like, Tori? And she goes, yeah, Hollingsworth. And I'm like, holy shit. Because as soon as she said her last name, it clicked. Her and I, in the private school that I had to go to until the 3rd grade. I know, such a hard childhood. Me and Tori were like tight. We did everything together in school. So then the 3rd grade happened. She continued on to the next level of private school. My parents, I was there on a scholarship. So the other school didn't have a scholarship. So bam, I got shoved into public school. Hello, culture shock.
I can only imagine.
That was not good. So, I was like, what are you doing here? And she goes, oh, my mom has the horses at the barn. And I was like, horses? Really? I was like, let's go. So, needless to say, I spent most of my summer at the barn. They called, and this is another camp that called my parents and were like, she's not going to any of her scheduled activities. And my parents were like, look, she's been going to camp since she was 5. She knows how to make all of your little lanyards and your coasters, and we're tired of macaroni freaking artwork. Let her do what she wants to do. We're paying enough money for her to be there. So I even passed and got my junior life saving certificate just so I didn't have to take swim lessons anymore. And and her mom taught me how to clean out stalls and how to groom horses. And because I wasn't the kind of kid that just wanted to ride them, I wanted to take care of them, you know? So top to bottom, she taught me how to take care of them, how to clean the hooves out, how to make them all shiny and pretty, how to ride. And, and then she's the one who helped me get the job at the barn that was in my town. So I had been playing soccer. I actually played soccer for the town for 2 years, and I was working at the barn and playing soccer. My legs were I could bench press a car with my legs at that point. But yeah, it was, and now look at me. The car landed on one. But yeah, it was the most awesome summer, and I worked there all through the school year. In the snow, I was shoveling horse shit out of stalls with no heat. I was doing more work than the people that were getting paid. But I got riding time, and that's all I wanted. I wanted riding time, and I wanted to be able to take care of the horses, so I was happy. Best year of my life. I worked there from when I was 12 until I was 13. Yep. Then they got a new barn manager who said I was too young to be around the horses, and he handed me a fucking plunger. And I was like, dude, if you think I'm cleaning the bathrooms, you have not met me yet. I don't fucking think so. I'm not a maid. I was like, mm-mm. And then I proceeded to let the owner of the barn, I let her know all of the things he was doing with the people that boarded their horses there. Because he was saying that no outside medicine, all medicine had to be coming through his vet. And they couldn't bring in any outside feed for their horses. They had to give him the money and he would buy it. So he's basically scamming our boarders. They paid enough to board their horses there. If they brought in like oats or something for their horse to add to their food that they're already paying for, there's no reason they couldn't have that. I mean, it was ridiculous. And he was scamming everybody, and it wasn't right. So I wrote her a nice little letter, and then I fucking quit. He got fired. And she blackballed him with the horse community, so he couldn't get another job at another barn.
Is that it, Jackie?
Oh, is that the reason, Jackie?
I don't think so, honey.
I don't think that's the reason,
I played
Jackie.
with them.
I don't think that's the reason, Jackie. It was a good try, though. You get an A for effort. I'll even give you one of Wendy's cookies.
Yeah, that could backfire. I mean, playing with little male dolls could just make you that much more interested in males. Could have just turned you into a hypochondriac. So could have went either way.
What does thinking you're sick all the time have to do with G.I. Joes? Hypochondriac means you think you have everybody, like you're sick all the time.
Yeah, somebody just brings up something and suddenly you have it and you're like, oh, what was me?
Oh.
Cookies.
And we're not doing this. I will time her out. We are not doing this.
I'll go get my box of cookies and start chunking them at her through the computer.
Is she still gray?
Is she about to be? Mm-hmm.
You turned her back blue.
I did, but I turned Jack's screen name gray. Huh. Guess what? Do it again. I dare you.
Popeyes? What?
Oh, now I want chicken. Oh! I didn't do it.
Wasn't me. As the song from Shaggy said.
Crazy Girl strikes again. Bam! If this ends up like the last time and I have 80% of my chat timed out, it's going to be very quiet in here. There's only 5 people. Jackie. Fuck. I love you, Wendy. Oh, I didn't... Sarah on 2? I didn't realize both of you were here. I'm not very observant today. It freaks me out that you can both use the same screen name. Moonstone Mamas does that too, and I never know who I'm talking to. Well, it's still one of the crazy girls.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Popeye's biscuits were good. What I used to do is I used to get when I was pregnant with my daughter Kayla. This might be one of the reasons she doesn't like me. Is I used to get burritos when they were good burritos. Well, better burritos from Taco Bell, and they actually had filling in them. I would get beef burritos with cheese from there, and then I'd make I'd make the kid's father. Yeah, I don't see any lowercase, so it was you fibber, another Pinocchio. And then I'd make the kid's father drive all the way to Popeyes at the mall in New Hampshire to get French fries.
I've never had Popeyes.
When I was pregnant with her, I was obsessed with Popeyes French fries. So it doesn't go by as fast as you think. Not when you're sitting here typing furiously like you bitch and nothing's going through.
That's why you get up and go pee and you get you something to drink and, trying to do the whole unload, reload thing. And, that usually can burn through it.
Oh, well, it does say always expect the unexpected.
They brought a Popeyes here after Katrina. They tried moving north. It didn't last 6 months, and it closed because nobody here would eat Popeyes. They'd go to KFC or whatever.
Yeah, it's what they're used to. Right? I don't discriminate. I time on anybody.
Well, I show there are still 42 watching over at the fundraiser.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was at the fundraiser trying to catch a deal, to be able to contribute, and finally did, and went to go pay GoFundMe, and my computer locked up, so I had to close the video to get into GoFundMe and got it paid, and then I went back in just long enough to confirm that it was paid, and then flaked and had to restart my computer and do defragmentation and all that bullshit to get on so that I could get here.
Wow.
I appreciate your efforts.
Here it comes. It was a shit show.
Yep. Sounds like it.
And Julie sold a great big huge poop emoji pillow.
She did. I was there for that.
I was coming in just as they were wrapping that one, but I was like, oh.
Yep. Yeah, I left like just after that because I had to get ready to come on my live. But yeah, I have the benefit auction link pinned to the top of my chat. So
I seen that.
Yeah. How often do you see somebody say, "Hey, come in and chat"? But if you want, go and check out the benefit auction. It's for a very good cause.
It is for a very good cause.
It is.
I'm sensitive to what Sam is going through right now because of my mom's big stroke, and trying to get the house. Well, it was going to be a house modification. Ended up being setting up for a move, and then she passed before. So it, but
yeah.
Well,
I mean, I'm fully sensitive. It took forever for us to get a ramp, and if it wasn't for thank you, Tina. There's the GoFundMe if you want to just donate directly to it, for Sam and his mom. But I mean, John tried for 2 years to get a ramp on this house, and they kept everybody they talked to, "You're not old enough. He's not old enough. He doesn't qualify. He's not old enough." I didn't know there was an age requirement for being in a wheelchair. They should tell all those kids to get up and start walking. A
lot of the programs are for seniors. There's not much for people basically under 50. In regards to programs.
I know. They suck.
Yeah.
So the EMTs were having to come to my house. They had to use what's called a stair chair. And they had to get me down my stairs, and then I'd have to get back in the wheelchair and get over to the truck and get in the truck and then go to my appointment. And when I came home, I'd have to call them to come bring me back up the stairs in the stair chair. And they were not having a good time. 2 ambulances had to show up here. I needed at least 4 people to lift me either way. Otherwise, I was going to fall.
Yeah.
And those things are very uncomfortable. It's just like planks.
Yeah.
So it's not cushioned at all, and it hurt my back like mother. They almost dropped me like I don't know how many times.
No, a lot of
And,
them are much like a lawn chair that's, higher weight capacity, blah, 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 with the transition
Wendy's
wheels.
back.
Welcome back,
I love you,
Wendy.
Wendy. So the EMTs actually called our Anderson Interfaith Ministries and asked if they could help with the ramp. So if it wasn't for the EMTs in my town, I would not have my ramp.
Yeah, they're like, look, every time we have to come here, it takes us away from going to an emergency.
Yeah, and I mentioned that to them. I was like, I feel so bad for taking away. I mean, I sat in my driveway for 3 hours once in the sun. I got dehydrated. I got heat sick because there was a car accident, and all of the ambulances that were available were at the car accident.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit there and go, well, one of them needs to come here. No, that's not how I am. And
basically, you got triaged, and that caused.
Yeah. And they were ready to take me to the hospital because I was getting so sick sitting in my driveway. I mean, John had Issa go in and get the umbrella. He's like, go get the umbrella and bring it out here. That way she at least can create her own shade. And so it did help a little bit. And they were constantly just bringing me water. But what happens when you drink water?
You gotta pee.
And I had nowhere to go. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, this is not conductive. They wanted to take me to the hospital. But once I got up on the porch and it was in actual shade that had been shaded for a while, I could immediately feel my system start regulating, and I said, no, I'll be fine. So I was okay. It took a little bit, but I was okay. But if I had been out there any longer, I probably would have had to go to the hospital and had an IV. It was iffy. If they hadn't brought me the umbrella and constant supply of water, I would have been screwed.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, Wendy, were you going?
I've had heat stroke at least a dozen times.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good on the system.
Mm-mm. Nope. But so yeah.
And I'm super, super, super susceptible to it now. Even in home, like sitting here in the living room on a really, really, really hot day, I got to keep hydrated.
Probably a good plan, Wendy. Yeah, I've had that. I've been on the thing with Tina when I've been dehydrating. Mm-hmm. I've been on Messenger with Tina being like, it's hot as fuck in my room. I can't breathe that well. And I'm just like, I need water now. And, he's sleeping, and I was afraid because when you get heat sick, you lose the strength in your limbs and it's hard to support yourself. I had to get up and get in the wheelchair and go out there, and it was very slow. I was like, with the wheelchair, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to die before I get there, and go get some water. And Jackie, I missed you. Sure you did. Wendy, do you want me to turn Jackie gray so you can time her out back, or are you going to wait for that and let it simmer a little bit? Jackie, look, can you take away? Of course I can take away your wrench. Right. Wendy might want to wait for it. She might want to, But yeah, if you want me to, I'll take it away. There you go. You just treasure hustlers don't look right if they're not blue.
Tim said to check your weather radar.
Do what, hon?
Tim said to check your weather radar.
Mine?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get it loaded on the TV.
It's down by Hayes, Kansas. I don't know how close you are to Hayes.
Glasses would help.
I gave it back.
Hayes is clear on the other side of the state, hon.
Why, they get hit by a tornado?
Yeah, it's over in that area. It's what they're showing on TV, on YouTube.
Yeah, it doesn't show on the map here.
Nah, I gave it back, Jackie.
I'll have to go to the one on the WWW.
That was funny. You bitch! You actually took it away! Hello, have you met me? I love you, honey. You're the one who told me to. Be careful what you wish for. Just saying.
8 dead in a shooting in the Silicon Valley.
Oof, not good.
Santa Clara County Sheriff's spokesman Deputy Davis said, and it jumped. The suspect was an employee of the Valley Transportation Authority, which provides bus, light rail, and other transit services through Santa Clara County, the largest county in the Bay Area. There was a shooting at a rail yard.
Big bear hugs, Jackie. Go to switch to top chat and then go back to live chat, and it'll show you blue. Mine does that sometimes.
Oh, looks like we're gonna have a dangerous stormy night.
Well, I'm flying monkey.
The radar.
Don't forget, me and Tina both want flying monkeys. Sarah doesn't need one. She's got Jackie. Yes, YouTube is a dick.
Pulling up a shoe.
Wendy.
Okay. You can see the storm clear to the left.
Yeah.
If you look dead center, you see Topeka.
Yeah.
Right below
I
that
know
is a
you're in
little fork.
Emporia.
Yeah, right below Topeka is a little fork in Interstate 335, and I live right there. I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Yeah.
I live right at the very tip of that finger.
Gotcha.
So it's
Sarah,
clear on the other side of the state.
Call your tits, Jackie. She can't. She's got a constant party tit. It's always going in action. Oh, yeah, Wendy's awesome. Ever since she said cunt face on my live, Wendy is a hero. Whoop, we lost Willow. I don't know if people still buy those links. I'm not really sure. Welcome back.
Wrong button.
Wrong button.
Video.
But yes, Wendy is definitely a legend. Oh yeah, she called Fluffy a cunt face. And hearing that said in a British accent, I believe, I don't want to misquote her.
I don't know. All the fur and the maw, that's an asshole.
Tina, you're muted. So, okay, she's talking to other people. I don't want to misquote her, and since she's timed out, she can't tell me what exactly she said, but it was something along the lines of, you cunt face motherfucker, blah, 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 and she rambled on a whole bunch of different insults on it. It was awesome. We all just sat here going, yeah, she broke the internet that day. She won YouTube that day.
That may have been an awesome moment, which I'm sure it was. But
yep, it was.
Out of a cunt comes life, babies, pretty things. That's not Fluffy. Fluffy's an asshole. He's even got the fur around his ass to prove it.
Don't ruin the moment, Willow.
Just saying.
Although Tina's mic drop moment was epic too.
Oh yeah.
Okay, honey. Good luck with your auction. I will probably be sleeping when you guys do your auction because I'm very tired. But I wish you much luck, and I hope you sell a lot of stuff.
Ditto.
You have to make sure you keep that damn hover thing charged because, you know, you're crazy shit going on, wee, at midnight. Yeah, you go, girl.
That was awesome.
Party animal, girl.
What channel is she having her auction on?
Yeah, what channel are you having your auction on? I should have fucking asked. See, I'm tired. I should have fucking asked that. I'm sorry.
Drop it in the chat.
Yeah.
Party.
Drop your link like you drop your panties, girl. Let's go. She gonna go, what panties?
Shit ton of jewelry lots tonight.
Nice, Sarah. Very nice.
Flamingos.
Ooh.
You're going all classy and shit now. You go, girl.
She's gonna be hanging out with Renee and Popo Joe.
Yep.
It's always fun hanging out with Renee and Popo Joe.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
Yep.
Cool, cool. Very cool.
They're good people.
And it's at 6 o'clock. Is that
It will probably
Pacific?
be on.
Flamingo's
Yeah,
channel.
she said flamingos.
It'll be on the Flamingos channel.
And is that 6 o'clock Pacific time, your time, or I have to do time calculations because that would be 9 o'clock my time. Oh, yay! If I am awake, I will definitely drop in and give you a hard time, and you'll probably time me out.
Yep. If I'm up, I'll be there too.
Y'all should not be allowed to be that pretty. I'm just saying.
6 Pacific, so it'd be like 8 my time, 9 your time.
Holy crap! Why am I not? I was subscribed to Flippin' Flamingos. I'm not subscribed now. Thank you. Now I'm subscribed.
Another YouTube drop.
Yep. Because I was subscribed to them. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any of their shit anymore. I just thought YouTube was fucking with me. Fuckers. They definitely fucked with me.
Yeah, YouTube was fucking with you.
Yeah, they
You're
were.
back.
See ya.
You're second with them. Oh,
Nice. Yeah. Okay, so it's 9 o'clock my time. So
yep.
I will definitely try and come in there and razz you in the thing and make you laugh because that's always a, you know. I'm not going to cause a disruption though because I don't want Popo Joe coming after my ass. Hell no. I try not to be too disruptive when it's auctions. I do. Yeah.
It is a good time though at the Flamingos.
Yeah.
But Wendy,
They're not as stiff and formal as some people are. Welcome back again, Wendy.
Yeah, they're not quite as uptight.
Yeah. This is serious business now. No joking around. We need to focus on what's being auctioned. Yeah, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, like I said, they're not quite as uptight.
Damn, Tim. Tim says they're saying at least 3 confirmed on the ground now in Kansas.
Oi.
I hope nobody's getting hurt with this. I mean, property damage is bad enough, but I hope nobody's gotten injured or dead. That is not good. Where my daughter was staying, she was staying in Franklin, North Carolina. I don't know if she moved yet, but a few years back, like right after she moved there, it got hit with like an F4.
Oof.
And it like wiped out a school. It took out all kinds of shit. And I was terrified. I mean, she doesn't talk to me. I had no contact information. I was freaking out. But she contacted my mom and let her know she was okay. So I'm like, my mom called me. She's like, she's okay. I'm like, ugh. And then I slept for like 7 hours because my anxiety had been, you know. So she might not give a shit about me, but I definitely still care about her, you know. Are we playing a game?
Wendy.
Oh, were you gone again?
Now, she said, did you miss me this time? And I went,
I know what she's. Oh, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Sarah, you always look fine.
honey, even if you had a messy bun going on, you still look all right.
Yeah.
Yep, you're one of those that looks like they could go through a wind tunnel and still come out beautiful.
Yeah, you suck. Seriously, I don't begrudge anybody that's beautiful. I really don't, especially when they have a beautiful heart as well as beautiful outside. And, you know, when the inside and the outside match, it's awesome.
Right?
So you go, girls. Both of you.
Yep. Very much love.
Although I'll mention you're still fucking here. Go get ready.
Then there's
I know-
those
I
that the
know.
outside isn't beautiful. It isn't going to get beautiful. So you better look at the inside because the outside will scare the fuck out of you. Me.
Yeah, well, I'm no beauty queen myself, but I'm fucking awesome. So, you know, people can't get past the outside to the inside. They don't deserve it. Fuck that shit.
Yep.
Nobody needs to
that's-
waste time with that kind of noise.
That's me.
You're welcome, honey. And yes.
Get your butt on here, woman.
They have to get ready for their auction. That's
They
what
should
she
be
was
ready
saying
for their
earlier. Is
auction.
they were leaving to go get prepped. which means about 15 minutes before the actual auction, they'll be racing around and get their lots in order and how they want to do them.
Yeah, they don't have the lots put together. And get your stuff together, girls.
I don't want to make them more nervous. I can be ready in 30 minutes. Jackie takes a day to get ready for an auction, so I made her get off. Pulled on that leash, did you?
Well, then she's getting ready, and you can come on for a little bit.
Yeah, Sarah's getting her lots together now. I figured that since you were talking about the link for the jewelry. I mean, I'm sure there are people that really loved those type of things, and that if they're no longer being made, they'd be looking for them. It's just finding the people that will buy them. You know, that's the hard part of stuff like that. Oh, look who's taking a break from her badassness working regime.
Hey, Amy.
Hey, Willow.
Welcome back, badass.
It's hot as hell here. I think I lost 2 pounds just in sweat.
Yeah, it's hot here too. It's almost 90
Well, that
degrees
sounds
today.
attractive.
I know, right?
You know.
That's kind of how I feel. That noise that you made, that's how I feel right now.
Sweet, Sarah. That's awesome. Pins and brooches and things are really big right now. A ton of people want to buy them. I've never really worn them. I mean, I put them like on hats, like the push pin kind. And I mean, like several people have sent me pins. Willow sent me a little bear pin that she got. She had, it was Debbie and Max Goes Thrifting that she got them from, right? And she had them send me the little bear. A little panda bear. I do want to get like a wide ribbon or something to hang on my wall in my craft room.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put all the jewelry presents that people have sent me on that. Yeah. So that people know I appreciate it and just didn't shove it in a drawer somewhere, you know? Because that's just rude. So. I wonder why, Wendy. Maybe because you instigating it? Oi, quit instigating. Oh, Tim. Oh, do you get the blue boxes or you just get the Goodwill jewelry boxes? Nice. Very nice. 14K necklaces are good. That's a good thing.
Damn.
I know a big thing was blue boxes. I know Moonstone Mama gets Goodwill boxes, but she doesn't get the blue boxes. She gets sometimes she gets the ones that are natural stone.
Boxes.
Sometimes she gets the ones that are natural stone. Sometimes she gets costume. It's just.
From what I've been told, they'll have like anywhere from 5 to 10 blue boxes, and they open it up, and there's like a gazillion people in there, and they're gone in less than a minute.
Yeah. Shop Goodwill. Yeah, that's where Moonstone Mamas gets hers. The Freemason pins give you bad vibes? John's stepfather was one of them high up people in the Masons. I actually have his grandmother was an Eastern Star, and it's funny that people get wigged out about a pentacle, yet the Eastern Stars use the pentacle, and they color in the correct spots the colors that pagans use to symbolize each of the corners. So I thought that was amusing when I saw that. But I have a gavel from the Freemasons from his stepfather, and I have the little round thingy that you smack the gavel on, and the gavel from his grandmother. I have all that stuff. I didn't give it to Issa. She's not getting it.
If it's still there, you haven't checked that closet yet.
Ooh, another 16-pound box.
You go, girl.
Damn.
Yeah, there's been a big complaint with a lot of people that are trying to get them, that those blue boxes are just gone.
They are.
Yeah.
I've tried on a Friday. You ain't getting shit.
Yeah, the whole secret society thing is, yeah. But I have them because they were John's family members' personal things. We even had one of the hats, and I told him it was a Grand Poobah hat. Because it's I forget what they're called.
It's a fez.
The fez. And we have his grandfather's
Fezes are cool.
It's got the fucking tassel on it and everything, and he pulled it out of a box, and I was like, oh, look, a Grand Poobah hat. Because of the Flintstones, right?
Right.
And he gave me a look. I'm like, what? That's what it looks like. They wore him in Flintstones. He goes, it is not. I'm like, okay. But he was one of the higher ups at one point, and then he fell out of favor, and they voted him out of the. He was still a Mason, but he was not on the council type of thing. Although he did all their taxes, so they couldn't kick him out. He knew their secrets. His stepfather was. Did I say grandfather? I meant stepfather. His stepfather was an accountant and a tax prep, and all of the Masons that were in his area, plus a few other people, had him do their taxes, and he, I won't say illegally, but he kind of walked the line, and he knew all their fucking secrets, so unless they were going to bury him or sink him, they couldn't do anything to kick him out of Masons. But I even have 3 dresses that his mother had commissioned to be altered. She tried to tell him they were handmade. I took one look at them and I knew they weren't handmade. They were handmade, hand altered. They were not handmade, but they were very expensive, like ball gown, formal gowns that she wore to different society events with the Freemasons, with the Masons and the Eastern Stars.
In other words, he was grandfathered in?
John? No.
No, into this council on, into the Mason.
He didn't have to get grandfathered in. He earned it. He did their taxes.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
Godfathered. Oops.
I heard what you said.
Grandfathered in.
I heard
AKA,
you.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he knew where the bodies were buried, trust me.
Mm-hmm.
The person that handles your money always knows where the bodies are. Always. That's why they always take out the accountant first. Know what I mean? But the reason that I confused the grandfather with stepfather is because it was his grandfather, like his step-grandfather. And when his grandmother died, his step-grandfather then married his mother, so then he became his stepfather. Yeah. And it wasn't, and they weren't from the South, they were from freaking California, okay? So I used to tell John, well, you were from the land of fruit and nuts, so,
Oh, heavens.
Yep. His mom used to try and, because John's mom being an Eastern Star, she used to try and set him up with daughters from the other Eastern Stars, and he's like, those zombie bitches, man. He was like, they were good for a blowjob, but conversations were useless. Because all of those girls were looking for was somebody rich to take care of them. They weren't interested in doing anything for themselves, and he was like, nope. So.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. He wasn't above letting them convince him, though. Let me show you how talented I am. Okay. I mean, he was a guy, and he was like 17 when she started pushing, 16 when she started pushing girls on him, from high society of the Masons. So, yeah, no. Although he did, I think that's how he met his friend that I actually have on my Facebook now. His best friend, who was a redhead. I was like, well, see, it shows you've had some good taste in your life. But they used to sit outside when they were younger, and, the events were going on, and they'd sit outside and just chill and talk to each other, and they ended up becoming best friends. It wasn't a physical thing, but she was his best friend, and that was cool. And he actually made contact with her right before he passed away. He reached out. She actually emailed me. I don't really know why. I think because I tagged his name or something, and when she did a search, it came up, and So she's like, I wonder if that's the same person I know. So she messaged me and she's like, hey, is this? And she gave me enough information that I knew it was him. And I recognized her name, her first name, because she got married. So I told him, I was like, hey, I was like, come here. And he come in, he goes, oh my God. And he freaked the fuck out. Oh my God, his wife was pissed. But yeah, they started communicating back and forth. When he passed, I didn't have the money for a crematory jewelry for me and for my son. We both wanted the same thing. And she bought mine for me. She bought my necklace for me and a sterling silver chain, a 22-inch sterling silver chain. He passed in his sleep, Sarah. We're really not sure. He had a lot of issues going on the few weeks before. He had 7 years ago, he had a triple bypass surgery. He had 2 heart attacks in one day, and they wouldn't let him leave the hospital. He got scheduled for surgery, had the surgery, recovered from the surgery, but he was on all kinds of medications for his heart. And about 3 weeks before he died, he got a cold. We think it was a cold. This was in February, the beginning of February, end of March, beginning of February. Talon came home with a cough from daycare, and within a couple of days, John had a cold, and he was complaining about his food not tasting right. And then, like a few days later, because of course my immune system is fucked, I ended up getting a cold. I didn't have any problems with taste or smell or anything. I just had a cold. But it was weird because usually when I get a cold, it turns into like pneumonia or something. I get really sick, way more sick than a normal cold. This didn't. It lasted 3 or 4 days and it went away. And the same with John. It lasted about 4 or 5 days for him and it went away. Talon continued to cough. And then John he had a tooth that abscessed, and that caused 3 other teeth on his lower jaw to abscess. John being stubborn, ended up with an infection so bad that his whole neck was swollen. He walked in to talk to me, and I took one look at him. I said, go to the fucking hospital. And he was like, I'll be fine. I'm like, go to the fucking hospital now, or I will get up on one foot, hop over your ass, and knock you the fuck out and call the ambulance for you. So he went to the hospital, and they blasted him with antibiotics and hooked him up with a dentist. He had an appointment. A few days later, he went and got all 4 teeth pulled at the same time when they irrigated and everything, because the infection had to go down a little bit because he was so swollen. They couldn't get a hold of the teeth. So they pulled all of those. The dentist gave him a mouthwash to use. It had alcohol in it, which John hadn't drank for 2 years. He had stopped drinking completely, stone cold sober. And we were a little worried about the alcohol being in there, but he used it like he was supposed to and didn't swallow it. He spit it out. So he wasn't intaking any of that. And then that was healing up. And it's like 3 or 4 days after he got the teeth pulled, he came in and told me, he's like, well, I took a second nitro. And I'm like, what? It's like, what do you mean? He goes, well, my chest and my shoulder have been bothering me, so I took a nitro and earlier today, and it's still kind of titchy, so I took another one. I was like, your doctor told you if you had to take more than one nitro, you got to call him and you go to the hospital. Go get checked. He goes, no, I'm fine now. The nitro took care of it. I'm like, call your doctor. He goes, I can't. And I'm like, yes, you can. And he wouldn't do it. And he's like, I'll be fine. And the next day I was like, how are you feeling today? He's like, I'm fine, Bear. Rolling his eyes at me. And that night, it was about 10 o'clock at night. He was like, all right. He's like, Bear, I'm going to bed. I love you. And I'm like, I love you too, asshole. And that was our standard good night, And he went to bed, and I heard him get up around 11:30 and went in the bathroom. Didn't say anything, but I heard him. I could tell when he was walking because he shuffled. And he went to bed, and in the morning he was already gone. So the official cause of death on his death certificate is cardiac infraction or whatever, cardiac incident or some shit, meaning he had a heart attack and died in his sleep. I asked the coroner, I said, could it have been a blood clot? Because he just had all this infection and teeth yanked out of his head. I didn't know if a blood clot. And he said there was no Richter from any kind of seizure. So no, it was not a blood clot. I'm like, okay. And Issa took that in her head and started saying she was going to sue the dentist. I'm like, you're not going to win that because I'll testify against you because the coroner said it was not a blood clot. My gut
This
feeling.
this was February 2020,
Yep.
which is a month before shutdown, and he lost taste.
Yeah, he lost taste.
Yeah, he could have had a little COVID going on in there in the midst of all of that.
I'm pretty sure he did. My gut feeling is that the COVID complicated everything else that was going on in his system.
Yeah.
And that's what caused him to go. He was 47.
Far too young.
Yeah. He did not have permission. I told him, you do not have permission to die before me, so don't even think about it. And as usual, the fucker didn't listen to me. So, yeah. No, thank you, honey. Yeah, it was, when he died, half of my soul disappeared, you know. I'm going to tear up now. And it's not Jackie's fault this time. I got through all of that without crying, though. You should be proud of me. But yeah, and then, you know, Issa, not even a week later, going on a date. I'm like...
And that just fucking floored me.
Yeah, it blew my brain. I'm like, what? Yeah. And then she dated that guy for... And, I mean, she went on 2 lunch dates with him and 1 dinner date. And the dinner date, she ended up getting caught by her son blowing him on the couch because she took her son with her. Because I couldn't babysit him. So instead of not going, she took her 6-year-old on a date with a guy who wasn't his dad. Issa was John's wife. They'd been married 7 years. She waited 7 days before she went off to find a new guy to fuck. I know everybody deals with, you know, their mourning in their own way, but
that wasn't dealing. That was.
If I didn't love my godson so much, I would have punched his mama in the throat and left her kibby on the floor like a trout. That's how mad she pissed me off. And within, I don't know, a month, 2 months, she was moving in with the new boyfriend that she got after the first one ghosted her. That she went on Plenty of Fish to find. I'm like, you're in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah, let's go on a dating app to find somebody to fuck. What the hell? Thank you, Wendy.
And now, that one is in just the same shape as her husband was.
Oh, yeah. Her new boyfriend, his name is Jeremiah. He was in the military, and when he was in the military, he hurt his back. No, I wasn't with him. I haven't been with him since 2003, 2004. We had to stop being together as a couple because he kept cheating on me, and it was either we become just friends or I kill him. So he opted for friends.
Yeah.
Good choice. I mean, we waffle back and forth every once in a while. It wasn't meant to be, obviously, but he was still, I mean, he was my ride hard or die. You know what I mean? And he told me I love you more often than he said it to his wife. She couldn't count, so it didn't really, you know, she couldn't tell. But that's okay. I always told people if they want to know something, ask me. If I don't want to answer a question, I'll tell you I'm not answering that question. But most of the time, you'll get the absolute truth from me. If I'm going to answer it, I might as well answer it right. Sometimes you'll get more information than you want. Just saying. Be careful.
True.
True story. So, Issa was also supposed to continue to help me with, you know, being disabled and help me around the house, put the dogs out. She
Empty the litter box.
Yeah, take care of the cat box, all that stuff, because at that time, I couldn't get out of my room. There wasn't enough space. So I couldn't fit the wheelchair in my room. So if I don't have the wheelchair, I can't go anywhere. So she, was coming to help me with stuff, and it was every day, and then it was every other day, and then it was 2 days a week, and she couldn't come on weekends because Jeremiah didn't like it, and all of this. But anyway, he hurt his back in the military, and he was working for his father. His father owned a trucking company where they prepped all the trucks and cleaned them off and did repairs and all that for big rigs. He was doing something, and he moved the wrong way, and his back went out. And when he went to get his back checked, the doctor told him he was surprised it hadn't gone out sooner. Apparently, he has degenerative disc disease, same as John did, and sciatic nerve problems, same as John did. and he's like laying in bed, not wanting to move or do anything at that point, you know. So yeah, she ended up having to take care of another one. She was always complaining about having to take care of John. Always. She complained about having to help me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just how she was. But I mean, she at one point had people. She used to work at Red Lobster, and believe me, after the stories I heard, I'm never eating at the Red Lobster in my town. Just saying. So if you ever come to my town, do not eat at Red Lobster. But she used to talk to them, and they would give her advice, and she would take their advice over either me or John, which used to piss John right the fuck off. He's like, we're the ones that live with you. I'm married to you. We all have your best interest at heart. These fucking yahoos don't give a fuck about you. He's like, they are not your friends. These people, when she was working there, she was a server. Okay? She took the people's order and she went and got their food and she brought them their food. That was her job. These people ended up getting her to wash fucking walls. I'm like, that's not in your job description. She goes, well, it needed to be done because there was an inspection. I'm like, so you bring the cleaners in to clean. I'm like, have these people not watched Gordon Ramsay? What the fuck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But they would get her to do all kinds of odd jobs that she wasn't supposed to be doing, and she was trying to kiss their ass so that they would like her. So in the meantime, she bitching and complaining that she has to help her husband, who can't walk, that she has to bring him his coffee in the morning. Aw.
Oh.
You're his fucking wife. Be a wife. Help, you know? And she would constantly bring up, when they would get in an argument, that she was the breadwinner of the family. She brought the money and he didn't. Now, he was used to being very active. He was a mechanic. He was the jack of all trades. He could fix just about anything. And for her to throw in his face that he could no longer do anything was depressing as fuck. I mean, I talked him off the suicide ledge I don't know how many times. You know? And she kept throwing him back on the ledge. And I'm like, stop it. I'm going to throw you off the fucking ledge. Knock it off. She was not good. They were not good for each other, you know? They were the poster children for divorce before they even got married.
Boy.
The only good thing that came out of that marriage was Talon. That's my godson. It's the only good thing. So, yeah.
The auction is still going on.
Cool. What's total?
Victoria is up, and then they're almost done with this round. She has a naked Cabbage Patch doll, a Scooby-Doo plush, and some kind of other squishable thing ball. It's a panda that's dressed like a
Total.
cat.
If I want to know what, Tina, if I want to know what they're doing, what they're selling, I'll go look. Just tell me the total.
And then the GoFundMe is now at currently 1,250.
Yay! They went over their goal. That's awesome. Hoorah! So yeah.
And then the last little bit lot that Victoria just sold for $22 to add to the pot.
Nice. I'm so glad they went over the goal. That's awesome. And again, for any lurkers or anybody, the link is pinned at the top if you want to get in there before they end and maybe grab something. Help out.
Or just
donate,
pop into
whatever.
GoFundMe and
Yeah, I did drop the GoFundMe link earlier. I will drop it again. I don't know.
Drop it again, Tina. Drop it again.
Give me
Do
a
it.
sec.
You hate fish? All fish? Like all seafood, all fish, everything?
yep, that'd be me.
I like fish. I don't know. Now, see, I don't know if I like salmon because the one time I had salmon when I was a kid, it wasn't prepared correctly and it was slimy. And
I like salmon patties.
I didn't like that. But
Yes.
and when I tried crab legs, I didn't like that either. But I was a kid,
Love crab
so
legs.
you know.
I love shrimp, I love
lobster.
lobster, I love crab. When it comes to fish, Fisher Boy only, fish sticks, or canned tuna and water is the only fish that I will eat.
No tuna.
Tina does not like tuna. I'll tell you. My mom might drive me crazy. Okay, but I was talking to Tina one day, and we were talking about different foods that we liked, and she said I don't eat tuna, and it reminded me of my mom's tuna casserole. Hey T, what's up, Tania? Love you, girl.
Tania.
And it reminded me of my mom's tuna casserole that she used to make when I was a kid. So I actually called, I said, Tina, hold on. And I put Tina on hold on video chat. And I called my mom because she had been making casseroles here and there for me and my son. So mostly for me because everybody was eating all the food in the house and I wasn't getting any. And so I called my mom, I'm like, Mom, do you think maybe you could make a tuna casserole this time? She goes, tuna, I haven't made one of those in years. I was like, well, I'm sure you'll remember how. Can you make one for me? And she goes, yeah, I guess I can do that. I'm like, yay. So she did. And I got my mom's tuna casserole. Bam. I love my mom.
Yuck.
I know.
I mean,
Of
don't
course,
get me wrong. I used to eat tuna casserole like there was no fucking tomorrow. But now, even the remote possibility of that shit hitting my plate or a bowl makes me go,
I couldn't even have my camera on while I was eating it. Tina's like, oh no, you need to shut the camera off. I'm like, fuck. Okay. You're having story time with Argyle and Hooli? Awesome.
oh, that should be an interesting story time.
Yeah. Hooli telling a story, and then she got high again. And then I got high. That was hilarious. When Argyle was doing that with Hooli and singing that little song, making up that little song, that was fucking hysterical. My ribs hurt for 2 days after that. I was laughing so hard at that.
But yeah,
Things Robin comes up with, man.
When money is so tight, when you got kids, you know, and you're trying to stretch meals, you know, that's probably the number one reason why I do not eat a whole lot of spaghetti, but I will eat goulash because we ate so much spaghetti.
Yep. I have to ask Tania, did you guys get your channel set up for your music chat yet? For music night? Did you yet? Mm-hmm. Inquiring Bears want to know. Because, you know, you have to do like an entire night of just Papa Smurf songs. He's got a list.
Yeah, the country night comes first. We've been waiting far longer for that.
Oh, God, no. Make sure on any thumbnail that says country music night that you put warning country music night. It's not fair to sneak that shit up on people.
How's it sneaking? We've been waiting forever.
Okay, not yet. Gonna work on it this weekend. Awesome. Meow.
And what's wrong with country music night? I mean, seriously.
Because the woman can only steal the dog and the truck and the house and everything and leave you sitting on the side of the road just so many times. Just saying. Although I will say I like Shania Twain.
Well, yeah, Shania is great.
Because Shania tells men to fuck off in her songs. I like that.
I like Tanya Tucker. And
Sarah, country night is canceled indefinitely.
Turn her gray again.
Listen, T's like, Tania, bye, gotta go.
Bye, Tania. I'm not turning her gray again, Willow. You're mean.
Oh, that was funny.
No, it's weird. I had what would be considered. I guess
Patsy Cline.
Well, my parents listen to country a lot and a lot of Elvis.
Oh.
Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers, and Elvis.
Loretta Lynn.
So, yeah. And we took long vacation drives and stuff places. So
Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Merle Haggard.
This isn't country night. Do it on her channel. The fuck?
Well, I guess if we start, dropping country-ish all over the place, people will join with us to get them to do country night so that we'll quit doing it on our channel.
People would turn you gray and time you out. What are you talking about?
You won't let me time anybody out, yet you're going to time us out over that?
I could, yeah.
I tell you.
Willow wants to talk country. I guess she's going to have to do a live herself.
Nah,
Not happening.
we're good. That's what was it? Sunday? Saturday? Sunday?
Huh?
Either when I got finished with your live Saturday or Sunday when I finished with mine. That's what I did, was sit and listen to country music.
Hey, guess what? I have 167 subscribers now.
Cool. I have 97. I'm almost to 100.
Hi,
Holy
Kelly.
sheep.
I'm almost at 170. I'm getting there. And it's not because I want a crap ton of subscribers to be like go monetized or anything. I just want more people to know when we go live so that they have a place to come hang out.
Yeah.
You know, because even though it's a reseller community, it doesn't always have to be 24/7 resell stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so this is a place to get crazy and let your potty tit
Yes,
loose.
sir. On purpose.
You know. No, she accidentally fell on the radio station, and that's what happened.
No, I was on YouTube. I was pulling up videos.
Then a pickup truck pulled up front with the hound dog driving it. Goes, look, I got the truck back. Whoa. I mean, come on. Hello, there's a country song about a fucking red Solo cup. How drunk were you when you made that song? Come on. You know? No.
You do realize Sandy talks a lot about the little red cup.
I love the red cup.
I don't have to agree with everything other people say, you know. You can't make me.
Oh, it's funny.
I don't like rap music either. I won't say all rap music. Just like I say I don't like country music, but I do like some artists and I like some songs.
Right.
And with rap music, it depends on the artist and the song.
Artist and the song.
If you're slapping a bitch and shooting a cop in the face, I'm not listening to your song.
Mm-hmm.
If you're promoting violence in any way towards women, I'm not listening to your song. I'm just not interested. You know. So there are some.
Got some Snoop Dogg by some gin and juice.
There's gin and juice. There are some songs that I like and some that I don't. The only genre I think that I don't like any music in is opera, and that's because it hurts my ears. How dare you? What? You have to be more specific. We dare a lot.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm usually old school rock, you know, heavy metal, old school rock, shit like that. But there's even some of that. There's even some of that. I never really got. Well, see, I don't really know which bands encased the grunge thing. I know Nirvana was. Take what back? Oh, love rap.
Rap.
I like some rap. I don't like.
I like R&B.
I don't like the stuff that promotes all that bullshit.
But I like classic R&B, mostly.
Yeah. I like different songs. If I hear it and I like it, I don't care who sings it or what genre it is. It's just whatever calls to me. I mean, that's how I do my jewelry too. You know? Yeah, opera can fuck off. I'm not interested in opera. I went over to my cousin's house. Well, she wasn't the girl that lived next to my grandmother that we called my cousin, and she called my grandmother Nana, which is why I can't call Nana Tink Nana. I call her Tink because that makes me miss my grandmother. But you know, every time I went in their house, they were playing opera or something with violins, and I'm just like, I'm like, no, it was torture going to her house.
Oh, I can listen to orchestra and stuff like that.
I like some Marvin Gaye, you know.
Yes, I do.
I like Roy Orbison. I like him.
Yeah.
Tink Tink, yep. Stevie Ray Vaughan. I love me some Stevie Ray Vaughan. Like I love Ozzy. I love Lita Ford. And Ozzy and Lita together was just awesome. My cats are running around behind me, freaking me out. I mean, you got to remember, I was a teenager in the 80s, so
Yep.
hair bands. Hair bands were my jam.
Yep. Hair
Dawkins.
bands. Yeah.
At that point in time, Dawkins was my absolute favorite because almost every song they sang on this one album pertained to my emotions on a daily basis. Everything applied. You never heard of Dawkins? Dawkins is awesome.
Very good. Very, very good band.
Yeah.
I was a teenager in the 80s too, and guess what I listened to?
Yeah, but you live in Kansas.
I listened to Kansas.
I listen to them too. That's how you spell it, Sarah. If you ever want to explore it on YouTube, they do have songs on YouTube. If you
I
want to listen
listened to Journey. I listened to,
if you want to listen to a really good Dawkins chain, listen to Unchain the Night. It's a really good Dawkins song. And it's the first one that popped in my head, so that's the one I'm giving you.
I listened to Cinderella.
Cinderella,
Jovi.
Rat, Wasp,
Yep.
White Snake,
Yep.
White Lion,
Striper, even though it's a Christian type.
Christian.
rock.
Yep, they were still good. They had a good
We
beat
seen
going.
Striper, White Lion in concert.
Did you?
Yep.
That's awesome. I've never been to any concert. My party tit never got to party at a concert, which kind of sucked.
I'm so sorry.
I almost got to go to AC/DC when I was 14, and my mother wouldn't let me go. It was free. I could have gone for free in a limo and had a hotel room. But no, because no parent was going to be supervising, I couldn't go. And not only that, but I was going to get to go with my friend who was from Australia originally, and then they moved to Massachusetts. So that was pretty cool. And her name was Tina.
Oh,
It was. And her twin brother's name was Tony. Tina and Tony, which reminded me when I watched Witch Mountain, Escape to Witch Mountain, Tina and Tony. Yeah, Tia and Tony, but it was close enough. I was like, that's pretty fucking. No, it wasn't her twin. He was like a year older, but it was close enough. But yeah, her dad was like some big shot with music producers and shit. And he got like 12 tickets. Whoop, there goes Amy. She can't take pictures. Well, I don't feel so bad, Denise, then. Everybody's like, oh my God, you've never been to a concert. I'm like, I'm not going now. It'll hurt my ears. I'm old now. Everything's too loud.
She's been to a Hinder concert.
I like I like a lot of Nickelback songs.
I do too. But you've been to Hinder. I'm jelly.
I've never heard of Hinder. Never heard of Powerhouse. Lil Wayne I've heard of, and Beyonce, of course. The Queen, of course. And Nickelback. I love Nickelback. Matter of fact, I sold John's Nickelback CD. I like 9 Inch Nails too, and they get a lot of flack from people, and I don't care. I like them anyway. I listen to them when I want to. Love Nickelback. A lot of their songs resonate. That's the thing. If a song resonates with me, or it's got a beat that makes me happy, it affects my mood in a good way.
Exactly. Lips of an Angel by Hinder.
I think I've heard that song. I just didn't know who the band was, but I think I've heard that song because now I have a tune in my head. Can't sing, so I'm not going to do it. Which is why I didn't do the Unchain the Night song. I'll tell you what it is, but I'm not carrying a tune. Well, Sarah, the next time they make fun of you, tell them they can come and make fun of me too, because I love Nickelback.
Amen.
And I made sure that when, because I sold John's Nickelback and 9 Inch Nails CDs, and he went out and got another copy of each of them. And when he died, all his CDs were in the bag were in with the DVDs. And Issa was like, I told her, I was like, well, John got a lot of those DVDs for me because I couldn't go to the store or whatever, and he knew that I'd want to watch them. And she goes, oh, we'll just go through everything, take what you want. So me and my son massacred that pile of DVDs. John had a lot of DVDs. So my son took all the horror because him and John had this horror connection with movies. And I took all the stuff like Serenity and, things like that. The fantasy and sci-fi stuff was me and him. So then I saw the stack of CDs and I was like, oh, hello, what do we have here? And I'm looking, he had Ozzy, he had Nickelback, he had 9 Inch Nails. I took all them bitches. They all in my room. Like, nope, she doesn't get those. We left her like maybe 15 DVDs. Yeah, and I made sure she gave me the 2 PS4 games that John had gotten for me, which was the Spiral, the new Spyro with the 3 games on it. He said, "Oh, I got this for a family game. I figured Talon would like the little dragon." Yeah, that purple dragon was mine because him and I started playing Spyro. He always got the little egg thief. I'm fucked now. I can't get that goddamn thing. I'm gonna have to listen to him going. Hate that thing. I used to be like, "John, come kill this fucker," and hand him the controller, and he'd get him in like 3 seconds. I'm like, "How the fuck do you do that?" So he got the Spyro for me because I don't have a PS4 and he did. I have a PS3, and he got me. It's either Horizon Dawn or Dawn Horizon. He got me that game in PS4 because he said it looked interesting and he wanted to get it. He had it written down because I told him what it was at the time, so he got that. So I made sure she left those 2 behind, and I have those in my room now. I don't have a PS4 still, but I have 2 games to play if I do get it. Yeah, if I ever get a PS4, I'm going to have to rebuy my games that I already have that I play all the time. I requested Into the Black, and she couldn't. The one she found was like a 30-second clip of my song, and it sucked. So I had to go onto YouTube and find it because she has to find the ones with the words that like karaoke. And I guess Into the Black does not have karaoke. I don't know, but it was driving me crazy. I needed to hear that song. It reminds me of John. It connects me with John because he loved Serenity and Firefly, which basically is the same thing. I don't know why the hell they changed the name, and he got me into it, and I was pissed too that they only had 1 season of the damn show, and then the movie killed off one of the coolest characters. The fuck. And so for the last Christmas that he was with us, I had gotten him the ship, which is what Serenity was their ship. And it was a keychain, cast metal keychain of the ship, and that's what I had given him for Christmas. And my son had gotten one, and he showed me it, and I was like, "Oh my god, I need to get that for John," and I got him one. So when John died, my son took the keychain. It should have actually come to me because I got it for him, but he wanted his dad's keychain, so I didn't argue with him. I'm not going to fight over somebody's possessions, I will keep as much as I can away from Issa, but not my son. And that's only because Issa wouldn't appreciate it. She didn't give a damn, She didn't care. I mean, I don't even know why she wanted his ashes. I know she just put them in a closet somewhere, I did get more than I was technically supposed to, though. Because I had the crematory thing, and then I got my stimulus. So I got a little urn, one of those little mini urns. It's like 2 inches tall, and I had it personalized. And then I got another necklace that just says Wyld, W-Y-L-D on it. Because the little heart in the middle that you put the ashes in was so tiny, they could only fit 4-letter word on it. The other 4-letter word, I don't think anybody would appreciate seeing on a necklace. So I got the Wyld part. I was gonna put Wild Man, but it wouldn't do it. There wasn't enough room. The little urn though is just like a normal urn would be, but on the back it had Wild Scotsman on the back. So I had the 2 necklaces, the urn, and then in order to put ashes are very difficult to put in little tiny things. And I was trying to figure out, because none of the jewelry that I got that I was going to be having to put his ashes in had a little scoop. You would think that these things would come with a little scoop.
They don't.
So I'm sitting there and I'm trying to think, and I'm like, wait, snuff jars, snuff bottles have the little scoop. It's kind of like a Coke spoon, That was actually what I thought first. So I'm like, wait, I don't think that'll go over well. But I went on Amazon, and sure enough, they have little snuff bottles. It's a little glass bottle, plastic bottle. And attached to the cap is a long and little scoop at the end. So I was like, I can use that. So after I was done using that to fill everybody's jewelry, because there was many, many things to fill, I filled the snuff thing with his ashes too. I kept as much of him as I could with me. But she ended up taking the box of his ashes. Which, if she gives them to Talon when he gets older, that's fine. But I have a feeling they're just gonna shove it in a corner somewhere and she don't care. But, which makes me sad. And I'm sure some really freaky things happen in her house too. I mean, the first couple of times she went out and went on a date, the front door, nobody was here. My son was already at work. I couldn't get to the door. The dogs never jumped on the door that high. But like the first 2 dates she went out that she was out all night, the front door locked itself. The deadbolt turned. We never turned the deadbolt because nobody had a key to it. We all had a key to the doorknob but not the deadbolt. So we could lock the deadbolt when we were home. She pounded on the door, and I'm like, "You're gonna have to go in through the fucking window because, I can't get to the door. How am I gonna let you in?" And yeah, she's like, "Why'd you lock it?" And I'm like, "Look at me. Do I look like I could get out of my room? Hello, the wheelchair's not in here. How would I do that?" She goes, "Well, John Jr. must have locked it on his way out." I'm like, "You can't lock a deadbolt as you walk out a door." The fuck. So yeah, John locked her ass out because she was being a hoe. I think that's funny. And I just thought to myself, "You go, boy." So yeah, that's how my life goes. I'm telling you, I couldn't make it up if I tried. My imagination is good, but not that good. I am glad that I lived a lot of my weird, crazy shit when I was younger, though, because now I can't do it. I mean, this is the time of my life that I should be going on day trips and taking walks and going places and doing things and meeting people and traveling a little bit, not extensively, because of course I'm still poor, but being able to do shit, and I can't do a goddamn thing. So I'm glad that I was able to do all the crazy shit when I was younger. But I can live vicariously through really healthy people. So you all need to have fun, not get hurt. Just me, Kathy. And I swear we need to wrap that woman in bubble wrap. And, and then I can have fun through you. Y'all have to have a lot of sex, too, because I don't get that either. And no, I don't need details. Just enjoy and be like smiley, Wow, I hit my 3-hour mark. I really didn't think I'd last this long. You can tell I'm overly tired, though, because I'm just rambling away. More than usual. I have been trying to not ramble. I have. Today it's not working. Any other questions, Sarah? Welcome back, Virginia.
Welcome back.
Sorry, had to take a call.
That's okay. I've taken calls where you've been on with me before, so a couple of them.
Yeah.
My mother's finally stopped calling me after I confirmed that I had ordered the wheelchair and when it was arriving.
Oh, finally?
Yeah. Although I do need to call her and find out if Desiree raged about my son. I mentioned that my granddaughter's going through a rough time. She doesn't have anybody to talk to that really is like a sounding board that gives a fuck. I mean, she's got her friends, but they're the same age as her.
Yeah.
And so I guess night before last, she was talking to my son in Messenger.
Uh-huh.
And he was being supportive and at the same time being like, I know that you don't want to do schoolwork because your whole rebellious thing, but it's for your benefit in the future that you do good in school, learn some shit, because my son wasn't saying just buckle down and obey your mother, do what she says, and that's it. Desiree got mad. So now she's mad at my son. And I mean, Sadie is going through a lot of dark times right now, and she's such a beautiful kid inside and out. And this is going to change her because her mom's never home. And I mean, Desiree is going to college, and she is trying to better her life for her kids. The problem is she's not spending any time with her kids. Welcome back, Christy. She she goes to school. She studies her ass off. She's a straight A's in college for vet tech, including the applied sciences, which is where she has to go to a vet's office and actually work there. And then she goes out with her boyfriend and spends like the weekend with her boyfriend or whatever. She's not home. So my grandson doesn't care anymore. My daughter stopped spending time with him when he was 2 because he lied to her about having a toy. And she never forgave him. She was like, well, I can never trust him again. He lied to me. I'm like, he's 2. And with her, it's black and white. He should have known not to lie to her. I'm like, oh my God, for real. And when he was seeing a counselor, the counselor told her that they should have like a mom and son night and go out to eat and do whatever and spend some time together. And she did that for about 3 weeks, and then nothing. So now if she does take Sadie somewhere, which is my granddaughter, she'll ask James if he wants to go, and he's like, no, I'm good. And he just plays video games, or he does like Lego sets, makes all the Lego things, and he'll watch TV, whatever. He'll do whatever, but he's very introverted. He's not outgoing. I mean, the only reason he loosened up to me the last Christmas I was over there was because he had gotten a Christmas present in a bag that had BB-8 on it, and I was like, oh, I love BB-8, and he turned around and his eyes went wide, and he was like, you do? And I'm like, yeah, and he immediately like ran to his room. He was 12 at the time. Ran to his room, got everything he had with BB-8 on it, came back in and showed me all the BB-8 stuff.
No.
So, of course, we're having BB-8 conversations. That was fun. Aw, hot mess. Right now, my grandson is 15. And even if it was like to go to the mall, unless he can go to the game stores and stuff by himself, he won't go. He'll go places with my mother because she focused everything on him, because in the beginning my daughter only focused on Sadie. So my mom overcompensated with James. He's also, from my observations, which I'm not a professional, I don't claim to be one, but I'm kind of smart, and my observation tells me he's high functioning autistic. And my daughter would never have him treated because she didn't want to be told she had a dysfunctioning child. A child with deficiency. So,
which is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's doing better in school now. He did really well with the remote learning because he didn't have to deal with anybody at school. So he was doing great. Sadie, on the other hand, wouldn't drag her ass out of bed until 11 o'clock in the morning, and then she'd lie about doing her schoolwork while she was on Facebook. So, yeah. But I mean, this time when my daughter told me that she wanted nothing to do with me, I begged her not to shut me down with my grandkids again, because she has stopped me from seeing them multiple times, and it breaks my heart every time she tells me I can't have anything to do with them. This time she said, well, I won't stop contact, but if you say anything that upsets them, you're out, because I won't have them deal with your toxic bullshit. And I'm like, okay, well, they're teenagers. I could say hello to them on the wrong day at the wrong moment, and they're going to get upset, and that's it. So I'm actually afraid to contact either of them. I do tell my mom when I say goodbye to her on the phone, I'm like, bye, I love you. Tell the kids I said I love them, and she does relay it. If they're in the room with her at the time, she'll be like, your grandmother says that she loves you, and they'll be like, love you, Grandma. So that's a cool thing, but it's hard that they're not getting the emotional support that they need. And Sadie really, really needs like a professional counselor that knows what they're doing, that won't listen to Desiree's bullshit, because Desiree would go in and tell them exactly what the problem is. And for some reason, these people go with her theory instead of observing Sadie themselves. And Desiree always has to be in the room. So, of course, Sadie is afraid to say anything. So she's not really getting any help, So, yeah, Desiree's kind of one of those people. Desiree's nice to people that have a use for her. If she has a use for someone, she's nice to them. If she has no use for you, she is not nice. That's awesome. The fundraiser has reached almost $1,400. That's fantastic. I'm so happy.
I
So
wish that it would have reached a little bit higher dollar amounts because they are going to need a whole lot more.
yeah,
But this is a good start,
it's a very good
and it's
start.
going to help quite a bit.
Yep.
Honestly.
Well, I mean, like people were saying, he can check with churches. I don't know how church going he is, but he can check with different churches in the area.
It doesn't matter whether you church go or not. Honestly.
Yeah, it does. Well, here it does.
It don't.
Because I won't lie about my religion. And the minute someone says, oh, you should come to our services, no. I just need help. You know what I mean? I'm not looking to be converted. Just need help. And as soon as they find out I'm not Christian, they could have been only to helping me until they find out I'm not Christian. And then they're like, well, we really can't help you right now. I'm like, well, that's Christian of you. Have a nice day.
Here,
So.
it's not like that.
Yeah, it is here.
It really is not. It is not that way here in my town.
Yeah, he's in PA, and as far as I know, they're more helpful in PA. And I'm pretty sure he's probably Christian. I mean, the majority of the population is, so it's a good guess. You know what I mean? But there are different, and there are, a lot of they can go to like veterans associations. There are a lot of out of work veterans that would volunteer. They got a lot of skills. It's okay, Kristen. Welcome to being awake. Sleepyhead.
Well, I hope you feel better after your nap.
Yeah. There are a lot of veterans that are happy to donate their time. They would rather get paid, sure, but they'll donate their time. There are a lot of veterans with killer skills, and they're not being utilized.
Right.
And that's a shame because, if you have a skill that you can do, but you're not allowed to do it, it's very frustrating. I know, because I've been trying to get my jewelry thing set up for 2 years now.
And you're getting close, and now you're still blocked out.
I'm inching closer, and every time, I'm telling you, every time something happy or good happens, the fates, oh, look, she's doing well. She's happy. Let's roll the dice, shall we? Yeah, that's my life. But I am getting there. I'm stubborn, and so, there are different avenues that he can pursue too, and they can always do another fundraiser when he gets more of an idea of how much more he needs, type of thing.
Yeah.
This one didn't have much notice. I didn't even know about it until today.
Last I knew, they were talking about it.
Yeah, but they hadn't had a day yet, and all of a sudden, just blam.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure it was announced sooner, but I didn't hear it. So
I didn't hear it.
Yeah. I'm glad you feel better, Kristen. My voice has been known to put people to sleep, so I'm not offended by that at all. My typing used to put John to sleep because I can type over 200 words.
It used to do 10 too.
I can type over 200 words a minute on a regular keyboard, not on this fucking piece of shit laptop, but on a full size keyboard. I can type. Might not be able to do it now, but back in the AOL chat room days, I could type up to 200 words a minute, and it would turn into white noise for him, and he'd be out. It'd be great. Because then he'd stop bugging me for being on the computer in the AOL chat room. He'd wake up like 3 hours later, and he'd be like, oh my God, are you still in the chat room? I'm like, no, I got up, I made a sandwich, I took a piss, I'm back. I was like, I've been doing all kinds of stuff. You missed it because you were sleeping. And now I'm back on the chat. He'd be like, he didn't know whether to believe me or not. It was true, though. I'd go and do stuff, and I know, Kristen, I'm just kidding. Sorta. I have been known to put people to sleep. Look, put Tina to sleep now. Look at Missy yawns a lot over there.
Always.
Not even covering her mouth. Such a lady. Wah, Got a big gob open, just wah.
You betcha. Always and forever.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah, my mom used to write Love Always. I used to write Love Forever, I think, because I changed it up. Because at first I started signing stuff like Love Always, like cars and stuff, and then I realized that I was signing that because I was so used to seeing my mom do it.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, no, I got to change this shit up so I'm not copying my mother. So I used to put like Forever Yours or Always Yours or something,
Uh-huh.
And I never signed it exactly the same. You never knew what signature you were going to get.
So it ended up being like that box of chocolates.
That's right. Never know what you're going to get.
Oh, Lord.
And Hot Mess did. Our badass hotness thrifter fucking fell asleep in the back room. She was on camera, blah, blah, blah. And she turned her camera off because she had to go to the bathroom and said she was going in her room, and we never heard from her again. She was out. We put her to sleep.
We
It
did.
was good because she needed sleep.
She did. She had been up forever, and she
Now,
was
the
a
irony of
blissful
that-
beast that day.
The irony of that is that she called Tina and woke her up, and then Hotness fell asleep.
Oh,
Isn't it ironic?
don't you think?
Don't you think? I like that song too. Oh, and I'm a Bitch. That's like one of my theme songs.
That is my theme song.
Buck Cherry's song, Crazy Bitch. It's another one. John used to sing that one to me. He got me the single. He was like, "Here, I got you the single of your theme song," and it was Crazy Bitch by Buck Cherry. I was like, "Fuck yeah." So I put it in, and he started singing it. I was like, "Well, they get paid to sing this." He was like, "Oh, that's not
Yeah,
right."
who sings this song? Let's let him do it then.
Yeah. Hey, badass.
Hey.
You awake?
Well, yeah, it's daylight.
Well, daylight is when I usually sleep. I have this whole vampire thing going for me. I sleep during the day,
I
and
used
I'm up
to
all
do
night.
that too.
I don't know why. Maybe because I'm a redhead and I burn to a crisp in the sun, so I prefer sleeping during the day.
Could be. I don't know.
Possibly.
Yeah. It worked out well when I could make my own schedule at Walmart because I could always do my shifts like later in the afternoon. And they kept going, "You got to come in the morning." I'm like, "Why? Who the fuck shops at Walmart that early in the morning?" They're like, "We're losing stock." I'm like, "Motherfucker." So then I'd go in at like 6 o'clock in the morning, bust like 5 people in 2 hours, and be like, "Okay, can I go home now?"
Sounds
The
like
really late night one, though, is where I caught the bitch with the gun. Yeah. She had a long nose 38 revolver in her fucking purse, not in a safety holster, and it was loaded. That was a heart palpitation stop.
You think? Oh my God.
Yeah. I thought it was funny, though, because when she told me, because I told her to empty the purse, she empties it, and then she stepped back a little bit. She hesitated, and I was like, "What?" She goes, "Well, I have a gun in my purse, and I wanted to let you know so you didn't freak out if I pulled it out." I was like, "Leave it alone. Take 4 steps away from the purse." And I had already put my hand in my back pocket and hooked 2 fingers into my handcuffs because those fuckers were getting flung at her head if she tried to pull that gun. I was not getting shot that day. Not for fucking buttons.
For buttons?
She stole $20, $25, $30 worth of buttons. I can't remember what the amount was, but yeah. She walking through my store, popping the buttons off the cards and throwing them in her purse, and then she tried to tell me she makes dream catchers with them. I'm like, really? I'm like, okay, I know people that make dream catchers. I've made dream catchers, and you don't use these kind of buttons on dream catchers. No. Nice try, though.
That
You
don't
still
make no
stole
damn
them.
sense to me.
I was like, oh, and so I pulled the cards out of all the cards I had been collecting behind her. I pulled them out. I said, so they didn't come off of these? Because I can go out and pick up exact ones of these with those buttons on them. She was like, shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I unloaded the gun, had to call management because management has to secure any kind of weapons that I find. And I was like, I'm going to keep the bullets in here. I stuck them in one of the human resources drawer.
Yeah.
I put the bullets in there, and I told him, I said, get the gun out of the room.
Yeah.
He was in the middle of having their night meeting with the stock crew. Right? They had a meeting every night. They had a meeting every night with the stock crew before they went out and started stocking shelves. And he walked in. He had the thing behind his back. He walked in, put it on the table in front of him, and goes, "Okay, so who's got complaints?" all I heard was "Holy shit!" coming from the other room, and I'm like, "Oh, what the fuck?"
Oh, that's funny as hell.
And I had somebody in there. I couldn't do anything. Cops weren't there yet, But he scared the shit. You couldn't do that today.
Oh, hell
You know
no.
what I mean? But back then, it was kind of before mass shootings constantly. But
Right.
I was like, what in the hell? So I'm like, shit. I couldn't go check it out because I couldn't leave her alone,
Yeah, no.
So the cops come down and he comes back. I was like, what was all that noise? He goes, oh, I scared the crap out of everybody. I'm like, oh. So they secured the gun. That was the one I went to court for, just to see what would happen with the gun. She didn't have a license for it. You have to have a permit. She bought it out of a back alley somewhere. But handguns, you have to be registered and all that with.
Mm-hmm.
She had a bill of sale. So it was a pawn shop she got it from. The pawn shop got in trouble because they didn't do a background check on her. They didn't make her wait 7 days. Yeah, she got in big trouble. And she's all like, but I have my bill of sale. And when the judge saw how the gun was secured, it was in a cloth holster that someone sewed together. There wasn't even leather. I'm like, no. Her excuse for having the gun with her is because she did not want to leave it in the car with her son. Because she left her 13-year-old son in the car. I'm like, hey, you have heard of a trunk on your car, right? You
Oh my God.
lock it in the trunk, take the keys with. She had her car keys with her. It wasn't like she left them for the kid to listen to the radio or anything. He must have been bored and fuck while she was in there shoplifting. So, yeah, that was interesting. So, she got in huge trouble. And she got busted for the buttons. So, and she was also the biggest thief we had for photo developing. I just hadn't been able to catch her stealing her photos.
Oh my God.
But she was stealing hundreds of dollars of photo development like every other week. She would bring in like eight to 10 rolls of film and have double prints made on glossy paper. It's hugely expensive.
Yeah.
And the photo lab was going crazy trying to catch her. You know how I even noticed her? I liked her boots. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I went into the craft area because when I'm bored, I go into the craft area and look at shit.
Mm-hmm.
And she was standing there looking at buttons, and I looked at her boots, and she had boots that went to her knees, but they were almost like moccasins, but they weren't, and they were really cool boots. And I was like, wow, I like those boots. And then I noticed how she was collecting buttons, and I'm like, that seems kind of squirrely. So I followed her when she left the craft department. She went into the Valentine's Day aisle, started popping off buttons and throwing the cards into the Valentine's Day stuff. So I walked down the aisle behind her, collecting them. So I might not have gotten busted or stealing her photos, but she couldn't come in the store anymore. Because you get caught shoplifting, you automatically go on trespass. We have them fill out the papers right then. So she wasn't allowed. So might not have been the high ticket stop that I wanted, but the other LPs were all after high ticket amounts and high dollar stops.
Mm-hmm.
But I would stop anybody. I mean, they actually let people go if it was like under a $10 amount. Nah. Now I guess the amount is like it has to be over $13 or something before they'll stop them. But when I was doing it, if it was worth more than $3, you get to stop them. They have to be 13 or older in order for us to press charges. But anybody under 13, we can trespass. So we can still stop them. Like we could stop an 8-year-old for stealing something like a candy bar. Well, a candy bar wasn't over $3, but like a pack of Pokemon cards or something.
Yeah.
And we could only trespass him. But that was fine because his parents should have been fucking watching him in the first place.
It's crazy.
They could still come in the store, but they had to stay right with their parents. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I kept an eye out for shit like that. But
Yeah, most don't bother.
Nope.
My brother was trespassed like 25 years ago. He still goes in there and shops.
Yep. No, I busted a few people that were violating trespass, and I walk up to them and go, "Hi, remember me?" And they go, "Oh, fuck." I'd be like, "Who's not supposed to be in this store right now?" And they'd be like, "Shit, okay, I'm leaving." I'm like, "That'd be good."
No.
But a lot of the other LPs, they were looking for high ticket stops, like $300, $400, $500 stops. And yeah, we did make that. I mean, I made a $300 stop. The woman was stealing baby stuff for her kids. And one of the assistant managers and I ended up buying her baby formula, some diapers, and baby wipes because she didn't have any of that with her, and she had a 3-month-old baby with her. And she was stealing those items. I mean, everything was for the kids. Not a single thing was for her. So I took those off the list, and me and him split the cost, and we bought them for her. I'm not going to let a baby starve. You know what I mean? So, and I gave her the number for Wick. But, I mean, I wasn't a hard ass all the time. I did try to help if I could.
Yeah.
You know? But, like, the little girl who was the church youth group leader, she went bye-bye.
And the mom, you wait until I get and I tell everybody at church what you did.
Oh, yeah, the lady that was changing prices on shoes. That was classic. Her 11-year-old daughter is like, I am telling everybody at church what you did. I'm like, you go, girl. I looked at her, I said, good for you. And the mother was like, oh. And the father was like, oh, fuck.
I laughed so hard at that story. Oh, my God.
Yep. Lots of loss prevention stories. I mean, I stopped 4 girls all at once, which I'm really surprised they didn't all scatter, you know what I mean? But they were so scared that they actually came back in the store with me and came into the back. And the 13-year-old was the worst one. She had this, like, transparent bra nightie set thing with little thong underwear. And I'm like, you're 13 years old. That shouldn't even be anywhere in your purview. What are you doing? The thing that pissed me off about those girls was the 3 girls were of normal intelligence and normal. The 4th girl was mentally handicapped, and they were handing her things to put in her pocket. And that's, oh, okay, hotness, I love you.
See you later,
Love you,
honey.
baby girl. You take care of you. Don't work too hard.
Bye, Amy.
So, but they were putting stuff in her pockets and stuff. And if you're caught being in compliance with shoplifting, you get the same charge. And that pissed me off because she really had no knowledge of what she was doing. So I did not, she was 15. I did not press charges on her. I did, however, take the items that were put on her person, divided them all up, and put those charges on the other 3 girls because I had watched all of them put things in her pockets. So they all took those charges too. But the 13-year-old had lingerie, had CDs, a couple of DVDs. I'm like, the hell? And the reason that I knew that they were going to be stealing is because I was actually taking a break and I was sitting in the little cafe thing that Walmart's all had, and just watching people come in the door, see if there was anyone squirrely that I was going to have to follow. And these girls came in the store, sat down in there, and discussed how they were going to steal things in Walmart. Right next to me. Right next to me. So when they got up to go do their thing, I got up and followed them. Bada boom, see you later, bye. So, yep.
What can you get?
Yep. And they were all related, so they all got in big trouble by family because 2 of the girls were sisters and the other 2 were their cousins. So, and none of their parents knew they were going to be going to Walmart. They all thought they were at a friend's house.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. They got in big trouble. They were in trouble before they even left the store because the cops, because of their ages, they were under the age of 16.
Uh-huh.
They got paperwork written up for all of them and a court date. Kind of like if you get a ticket. And they all got trespassed. I did not trespass them. We were not allowed to trespass mentally handicapped people, but I wouldn't have trespassed her anyway because it's not her fault. You know, she was just doing what they asked her to do. And their mamas were screaming at them and smacking them in the back of the head on their way out the store.
Oof.
I know. I rewatched that video several times.
That one brought you a lot of pleasure.
Oh yeah, that one was good. Not as good as the little girl who, the fire chief's daughter, whose daddy went and called the sheriff of Anderson County to try and get his daughter out of trouble, and I told him no, and she tried to get me fired, and I got a raise. And then I had the fire chief's pickup truck towed because his precious little daughter, who was the leader of her youth group, who was stealing cheap-ass costume jewelry and makeup, parked in a handicap zone. I was kind enough to give him 2 hours to come get his truck, and that was 2 hours too long as far as I was actually concerned, but my manager asked me to give him a little bit of time. I said, okay, he'll get a little, and I gave him 2 hours. He did not come get the truck. Truck went bye-bye. Pay the tow fine. So my generosity only extends so far, especially he's lucky I even waited the full 2 hours because it was about 30 minutes into that 2 hours when the Anderson County Sheriff called me.
Uh-huh.
And that crooked, corrupt motherfucker was all being threatening and shit, and I should have just said, you know what, fuck y'all, and had the truck towed right then and there, but I didn't. I was nice, because I keep my word. He's like, Sheriff, I'm sure you could see your way to losing some of the paperwork. I'm like, I'm sure I couldn't. He goes, I don't think you understand. I said, no, I don't think you understand. This is not going to happen. I was like, no. And he's like, well, I could make things really hard for you. I was like, and I can go to the news channels and tell them that you just said that. I'm like, your reputation is all over South Carolina. Who do you think they're going to believe? Don't threaten me. Doesn't work. I don't care who you are, And this man actually had people beat up if they didn't do what he wanted. That sheriff was so corrupt it wasn't funny. But I was like, do what you're going to do, So he
Crazy.
did. You know what he did? Absolutely fucking nothing, except call my district manager and try and get me fired for not doing what he said, what he wanted me to do. My manager, Conrad, he called me and asked me if the sheriff told me to drop everything, and I said, yeah, he did. He goes, did you tell him no? I said, I worded it a little more strongly than that, but yes, the gist of it is I would not comply with his request. I would not acquiesce with his request.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, well, I'm fucking impressed with you, and you're getting a 50-cent raise. I said, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So most people would cave, he was the sheriff. He was in charge of everything police, so yeah, most people caved. Do what you're going to do. Don't bring my kids into it because then we'll have a problem. But with me, do what you're going to do. Do your worst. I don't care. I'm not caving. So, sheriff did absolutely nothing. I didn't get harassed by cops, which I figured was going to happen. I was like, yeah, the cops are going to get my plate, and I'm not going to be able to drive 10 feet without getting pulled over or some shit, But, nope, nothing.
So he was all talk and no walk.
Well, in this case, he was. Now, I don't know if... See, Conrad knew a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew a lot of the higher-ups in Walmart, which were not really pushovers either. And Conrad was a South Carolina state trooper at one point. He was also a Marine. He was he couldn't talk about it, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because where John grew up in a Navy family, anytime we ran into anybody that was Marines or military or Navy, anything oriented with that, we'd be like, oh, well, what did you do? Da, da, da. He was like, I can't talk about it. I'm like, that explains it all. Okay, then. Bye. And then So, yeah.
Never mind. Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know what kind of connection Conrad had, but I'm pretty sure he made some phone calls. So that his favorite little, accident-prone, bad luck, loss prevention person wouldn't get in trouble. So, yeah, my boss once told me if it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Not the thing you want to hear when you're going up against people who could stab you when you stop them for shoplifting or shoot you. Shooting is bad. The guy that trained me, one of the guys that trained me, he got stabbed twice. Luckily, it was a very, very small knife. It was just the blade was like an inch and a half because the guy was just using it to pop packages.
Yeah. And
he needed something small to conceal so that people wouldn't see him popping packages. Well, he got seen. And he stabbed Todd, and Todd was crazy and went, really, that tickled, want to do it again? And so the guy did. And I looked at Todd, I was like, what are you, stupid? And he was like, well, it didn't hurt as much as falling off a bull. Because Todd did rodeos and rode bulls and fell off them and got kicked and rammed and all. I'm like, you're nuts. He also had 9 kids.
Holy fuck.
I'm like, you need new hobbies.
Yeah.
And so did his wife, because all of those kids were with his wife. I'm like, are you Catholic? I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. But yeah, well, he did the bull riding circuit because the prize money was huge.
Well,
And
it is, but
and
still.
he needed that money to support the fucking 9 kids. I'm like, yeah, well, what happens when you
But
get
fuck
gored
it.
by, but you know, what happens when you get gored by a bull and you can't do anything? And he's like, well, we'll see what happens when the time comes. I'm like,
Dude, no.
yeah, he was nuts. But he was one of those
Pretty
good old
long.
Southern boys that walked around with that big ass hubcap of a belt buckle on him, and you know, I was like, let's hope if anybody tries to shoot you, they hit you in the belt buckle. It should cover you, pretty much all of you. He started laughing. He's like, shut up, you Yankee bitch. I was like, all right there, you redneck freak. We're good. Redneck rodeo freak.
Don't get me wrong. I love to watch the rodeos. I love to watch the bull rides.
Yeah. Thank you, Chrissy. I try. I do try. I mean, you know, my thought is, if you give in to tyrants and bullies and all of that, one, what kind of example is that to your kids? You know, and what kind of example is that to other people that are watching what you're doing? You know, so it would not have taken long for people to learn that they could intimidate the loss prevention and people could just do whatever they wanted.
Yeah.
And that was not happening. It's like, you might be used to the Southern people caping, but I am a Yankee bitch and I will not bow down to you, motherfucker. Now I would have to sit because I can't actually stand up to him right now, but he got voted out like a year after that, so I don't know exactly how corrupt our sheriff is that we have now. They always seem to be corrupt. There always seems to be something going on in the background that they shouldn't be going on. But unless politics knock on my door, I don't care. You know.
I do. I know all too well.
Yep. We'll probably go for another 20 minutes or so. Stop it at the 4 hour mark.
Back to 4 hour mark.
Yeah, we'll stop it at the 4 hour mark. My son needs to wake up.
Yes.
I hope. I don't
It'll
know.
be 6 o'clock for you.
Yeah, it is. It's 20 minutes to 6. Like I said, I think he didn't tell me. He never tells me what he's gonna make. Although I've told him sometimes not to, because he'll tell me he's gonna make something. My taste buds will be looking forward to it, and he'll bring me in something completely different than what he told me he was gonna make. And then I'm like, oh, you know. And then he gets mad because I look disappointed. But I think because he said that he was saving the French fries for chicken. So my first thought is he's gonna make chicken tonight. But the chicken takes a while for him to prep and make. So it takes a long time because then he fries the chicken, he fries the French fries.
Mm-hmm.
It takes 20 minutes for the damn oil to heat up anyway. So I don't know. But I don't know if my packages are sitting outside or not. Amazon, yep, they're both delivered. Let's see where they left them. Right in front of my door. Awesomeness. Okay, they're right next to my door. That's fantastic. I could almost reach them in the wheelchair if I use the grabber like I did with your package.
Mm-hmm.
But that hurt a lot, and I almost fell out of the wheelchair, so I'm not going to do that. But I am going to shoot him a message real quick, so when he wakes up, he might see it.
Unless, I send you one of them 27-pound packages again.
Yeah, and that... Even my son had problems with that.
Which I find very hilarious on his part. Come on, it's 27 pounds. What's your problem?
Well, no, he wasn't expecting it, that's why.
It's a big box.
I get big boxes all the time. They usually have Pringles in them.
God.
Yeah, I left him a message. I asked him to grab my Amazon packages off of the porch, please. At least this way, if he makes burgers and doesn't have fries because he's saving it for chicken, I'll have Pringles.
True.
Yeah.
True that. True.
Yep. I can deal with chips and burgers. He made the burgers perfect. They weren't medium rare, but they were just medium and they were juicy, so it was good. Our stove is acted up, so sometimes the heat flares and it kind of crisps outside too much. But he also uses the heat too high because he's a guy.
Mm-hmm.
John used to do the same thing all the time. He'd be making burgers and the things are like sizzling away. I'd walk into the kitchen, turn the heat down because I shouldn't be able to hear the burgers cooking from across their house through 2 doors.
Never
Your
know.
heat's too hot. Your heat's too fucking high, dude. You're gonna crisp the outside and the inside's gonna be raw. And John liked his burgers burnt. They had to be completely well done,
I don't mind some char, but I want the char if I'm cooking them outside.
Yeah. Well, see, I can't eat stuff that has the char because it's too crunchy. And then if he tries cooking it on a low and slow type of thing, the Walmart burgers toughen up, and they're hard for me to eat. So it's hard for him to. It's hard to get the temperature just right. But there are a few times he's made those burgers and they're absolutely perfect. And I'm just like, oh, so good. Because I like my burgers medium rare. So the ones that were medium raw I still ate them because they were warm. They weren't cold in the middle. So they had been heated, but they were still not cooked in the middle. I'm like, fuck it, I'm hungry.
No, can't do that.
Well, there was no way to fix it. There was no way to fix it, and I can't waste food.
It grosses me out. I'm sorry, I can't. I'd have been.
Yeah, I can't eat a raw burger.
Put it in the microwave. Do something. Put it back in the skillet with one side that dang got cheese on it in this something.
Well, the problem with that is that he puts my mayo chup. He puts on the bottom and the top.
I don't care. Put a lid over the top of
it. That's a really good theory, but I want you to think about who we're talking about.
I just can't because that would remind me of Tim's steak in the form of your burger. No.
Well, I don't eat steak, so that's not a problem for me.
Ew.
But it was cooked. It was just decided. You know what I mean? It was kind of in between raw and cooked. So, but it was hot. So I was like, okay. I can't waste food. And if you think about the person we're discussing, it was not going to get remade or reheated. He would have fed my food to the dogs, and that would have been the end of that. So I ate it. I'm still here, so I survived it. I didn't even get a tummy ache. Willow ziplet.
Yeah, that was me. I went.
Yeah. So is the auction over? The benefit over?
I don't know. Let me look.
Or are they still going?
Oh, nope. Looks like it's over.
Over? All right.
And then let me see. I don't know what the final amount was. Unless any more donations come in, it finished at 1,508.
Nice. Very nice.
Cool beans.
Yep.
I'm happy for them that they raised that much. That's a good thing.
So not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. It's a good start.
But like I said, if any other donations come in throughout.
I think Sam is feeling very overwhelmed between the emotional trauma of what his mom's been through and then the overload of everything that needs to be done to fix up the house for her.
Yeah.
He doesn't know where to start. He's just got to pick a point of what she needs and immediately as soon as she comes home and start there.
Yeah.
The old adage, how do you eat a whale? One bite at a time.
Yeah. And, make lists of what he needs and what kind of supplies he needs so that he can start getting estimates for supplies. And if he's not, I don't know if he's handy enough to make the things himself to, judge how much wood he needs or whatever, like someone who makes decks or ramps would be able to do. He needs to find people that know how to do that and help him with that. But I think he'll be okay, Just right now he's very overloaded and overwhelmed too because of everybody helping him.
Mm-hmm.
He probably never expected that. I mean, I've always gotten overloaded and shed a tear every time people help me, because it touches me that people care enough to help. You know what I mean? I don't like to ask for help. Like
That's
Donna,
me. I do not like to ask for help.
Donna's Diamonds asked me, "Do you have somebody you can ask for help?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "About my rent and all that, and like if I'm able to pay the rent and the bills, and I just don't have money for food, do I have somebody that I can say, hey, I hate to ask, but could you help me?" I was like, no, I don't do that. I'm like, I might ask my mom. That's about the only person that I was like, Mom, I don't have any food. Can you help me out? Even if it's stuff from your own house, can you, but I don't like to ask. I don't like to need to ask. So I don't. And there are certain YouTube angels that will just send me food. They'll either do it on a Walmart order or they'll get something on Amazon or whatever. And I end up with packages at my house. My son's looking at me going, "I thought you were broke." I'm like, "I didn't buy anything," I'm like, "What is it?" And he's like, "You just got a shit ton of food." I'm like, "Holy fuck," So I do have my YouTube angels, and I love them all dearly, and I appreciate everything they've ever done for me. But I still would not. I mean, like Christy has told me if I need anything to let her know, and I did do that once, and I had really bad timing because they were going through a tough spot, and she didn't have it, and I think she felt really bad telling me that she couldn't do it, but I completely understood, and I had no hard feelings over that at all because I understand. Well, I mean, my own situation, I understand. But yeah, that was the one and only time I think I've ever asked anybody in the past year and a half or so, well, since I've been doing YouTube and all that. So, but I don't like to ask. I don't. I mean, I could have a friend who has all the money in the world and he'd be like, "If you need anything, let me know." And I will never ask him for anything or her, I'll joke around going, "Hey, you can buy me a present." You know what I mean? But I won't be like, "Hey, can you buy me a car?" Well, I would joke like that, but I wouldn't be serious. It wouldn't be a serious thing. So, and, Donna asked me how I was doing on food right now. And I mean, my mom just brought me groceries Monday. So, because of YouTube angels, 2 of them donating money into my PayPal, which I love my YouTube angels, I was able to get my cat food and get food. So we should be okay for a little while anyway. We have enough ramen noodles in this house to last for a month if we really have to survive on them. So there's so much ramen in this house.
I have 2 of the 12-pack boxes.
We have 3.
I have 2.
At
1
minimum,
chicken, 1 beef.
We have 3 chicken, and my son said he has 2 beef. So we have like 5 of those 12 packs, although my son's been munching on them. But I only use the noodles. I don't use the seasoning packets. Those are nasty.
And then I have some of the individual tray ones that have the veggies in them too.
Yeah.
I have 4 of those.
I use the noodles, and I put a little bit of butter and some garlic powder because I can't crunch actual garlic. That would hurt my mouth. But I use garlic powder, and I heat up some vegetables, and I like broccoli or asparagus or something. I throw that in there, and I have noodles and vegetables. And if I have some of the chicken, I heat up some of that and throw that in there too, and then I've got a meal, and it's easy for me to make.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I like canned chicken breasts.
I don't think I have any of that left. But I was getting the Tyson chicken chunks, like the grilled chicken chunks.
Yeah.
And I just take like a small little, I go in the bag and do this and put it in a bowl and I heat it up and I throw it in with the pasta. I mean, you don't need a ton. You've already got, your vegetable, your pasta, whatever. You don't need a ton of, but it adds your protein, so. Yeah. I try and cover all my healthy bases. The noodles are not so much, but it's either that or rice, and I don't have that much rice. Although my mom, I love my mom. I asked her to pick me up a bag of Walmart rice.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can seal the bags up. You can put them in another. You can put the bags in another Ziploc.
Right.
I told her, I said, the bag that's blue and white, Mom. It's like a clear bag. It's blue and white label. Says great value. I said, just grab me one of those because I have one, but it's the small one. And I was thinking, if my son's not here, I have the rice cooker, thanks to somebody with a Kohl's Cash. Christy, I love you. So I have the rice cooker, so I can cook rice and not have to worry about the pot on the stove, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm thinking, well, rice, vegetables, and, meat. I'm good. My mom pulls out this box of Walmart rice. I didn't even know Walmart rice came in a box. And it's a black box with a blue and white label. And she goes, is this what you wanted? And I'm just like, I looked at it, and it looks like it's the same damn thing as what's in the bag. So I don't know why they put it in 2 different packaging. I'm like, yeah, Mom, that's fine. I wasn't going to argue with her that I had asked for the bag, and she was supposed to write down the bag. My mom. Yeah. It was still the same thing. At least she didn't bring me, like, brown rice or something, because I'm not a real big fan of, like, long grain brown rice, unless it's rice pilaf type of thing. But yeah, so what I'm going to have to do is take one of my giant Ziplocs and pour all the rice into it, because I cannot leave an open box in this house. Until we get rid of the bugs, I can't leave open containers of food anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, look at Miss Thing up there. Look at
And I see her.
the other Miss Thing's around here somewhere. I don't know where she went. I'm like,
She was hanging out behind the bag that's got your bag from overseas in it. I don't know if she's still there or not, but that's where she was.
bitch. She'll like pop up 20 minutes after I call her. I got the other one's attention though.
Yes, you did.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It'll summon it. Don't look at it.
I'm not looking at it. I'm looking for the other one.
There we go. Now she can't see anything. We're good.
Who are you hiding?
She's back
From
to
her.
grooming.
Oh, okay.
Yep, there she is.
There she is.
Yeah,
Right
she
there.
popped up.
She's grooming too now.
She's on the princess pillow again.
Uh-huh.
Now, Onyx tried laying on that, and... Oh, cool, Wendy. Onyx tried laying on the princess pillow, and Marty went over there and attacked her. And now Marty's on her princess pillow again. So,
Oh, God.
one of you did this to me.
You did it.
I did not.
Yeah, you.
One me.
You're
To
the
make
one
sure
that
you
said her
were
name.
okay.
Saying her name doesn't do anything. Looking at her does.
Uh-huh.
I can't look at her. My screen's off.
Your screen is off, but that doesn't mean you can't still see her.
Yes, but I'm doing a word.
Cat
puzzle,
lady.
so-
Catwoman. It was Willow. I know it was Willow.
This is where my eyes were down looking at a word puzzle.
Well, how would I know? Your camera was off.
You can see now. And the reason
Well,
it's
now it
off
doesn't
is
count.
because
Bitch is
of
already here.
that.
Bitch, I was already here. Now it doesn't count. Oh, well, I'm glad she called to make sure you were okay, Wendy. Oh, I feel so bad for Wendy. She's sick.
I don't know how I ended up on your shit list today.
What? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Every time I say something, you cut me off, or, I'm getting blamed for the cat. And, not even looking.
I'm joking, Willow. Ow, hey. You bit me. She's like, you're not patting me correctly, Crunch. No chomping me. No, she's not spoiled at all. At all. Wendy, go to the doctor.
Mine's not in here.
Yeah.
If she's in the closet. Because my closet door is opened up. She gets in
Wendy
my
said-
closet. I've got blankets and whatnot in there, and she climbs up in there and sleeps.
Wendy says breathing hurts. I'm sorry, hon. Go to doctor. Say, doctor. Put the lime in the coconut. I love that song. Midnight margaritas.
Mm-hmm. I love
All right,
you.
well.
4 hours.
Yep. I want to thank everybody who is still here with us. Good. You need to go to the doctor if you're in that kind of condition. You need to go to get checked. But I want to thank everybody who is hanging with us and spent 4 hours with us. And I will have a show on Saturday morning, and Tina has one Sunday. What time is your one on Sunday? I forgot to look.
11:30, as per normal.
11:30. As per normal. You jump all over the place, woman. Don't you tell you as
No,
normal.
I've pretty much started doing them about 11:30. That way
11:30 Eastern time.
Nope,
So
Central.
this weekend you got 2 chances to hang out with the crew, yo. Oh, that's never gonna get old.
Yeah, the crew.
Love you guys. We will see you
Bye,
later.
everyone.
And I didn't already click this one, so I gotta click it twice. So bye everybody.
Bye, y'all.